We put her in the cart. And we
Nadora's going to be in the library.
Of the house?
Huh?
Never mind. Go ahead.
Close.
Okay, so where we had ended last time, you guys, just to recap, you guys had gone to the magic workshop. Inside, you had found the site of a arcane user who was seemingly taken down by the Archmage's Bane. You were sent to recover magical artifacts, arcane, basically anything arcane that you could find, and bring it back to a merchant so that Nadora could get some armor at a reduced price. You guys had found a bunch of books. You guys had found a magic kind of book cabinet that you guys had through Nadora's clutch spell and Nevace's great lockpicking. You guys were able to get in and find some very high value books, along with a spell book and a seemingly sentient book. You guys had then taken the body, wrapped it up, and you put it in the cart along with 2 devices that have been constantly casting gentle repose. You guys had just put the body in the back of the cart, and you were heading out back to Fandival, and that was where we left off.
So, should we say Nadora's just asleep in the cart right now?
I think Nadora is currently like going through some of the books in the back of the cart.
Oh, sure. So, like reading them. Okay. But
Yeah.
she's not. She's with us.
Yeah, she is with you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I meant library in Fandival when you get back.
You're fine.
Yeah.
I was just like, I don't think we got to Fandival yet. And if she just teleported away from us, that's interesting. But also, Chosen, were you not streaming tonight?
I just started the stream.
Got live right
Okay,
now.
I just wanted to check because I didn't see it. My bad. There you are, baby.
Okay, so I also have I have all of the books that you guys found. I don't have all of the authors, but I do have all of the books. So if at any point you guys want to go through those, you absolutely can. But I will need, for the trip back, for the first day, I will need somebody to drive the wagon. And then if anybody wants to keep lookout, and then I'll roll to see what happens that day.
Who's good at animal handling in our group? I feel like we figured that out, but I didn't write it down.
I think
it was Burke.
Burke. Yeah, Burke can.
He's good with the horses. It makes so much sense, actually.
I can keep an eye out.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, Nevace, I think you were keeping an eye out last time.
I was gonna say I suck at this. I could assist.
I think Caffrey, you and Nadora are probably going through the books in the
Okay,
back.
cool. That's what I thought. I mean,
Yeah.
I'd probably be going through it with Nadora too.
Yeah. And then
Team on the animal handling.
Fenric and Arya, what are you two doing?
Hanging out.
Reed, you're muted.
Oh, this
Oh,
happened
no.
before. Yeah, this is his headset being a dipshit.
There it is.
Oh, there he is.
Voice of exasperation.
Okay.
You're good now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, Fenric.
I'm just vibing.
Okay.
You know?
Also just vibing.
Yeah.
Okay, if I feel like nobody's taking a look out.
No,
then-
Nevace is taking a look at.
I am.
Oh,
yeah.
Novace is. Okay, cool.
Okay,
Just-
so
I
then
totally missed it.
Burke, if you could roll animal handling, and then Nevace, if you could roll perception.
Oh, wait, actually, quick.
What's up?
Can I cast Druidcraft to check weather?
Yes, roll me a d6.
2.
Okay. Your like little orb kind of appears in your hand. It is mostly yellow with a little bit of like white and blue, signifying a mostly clear day, maybe a little bit of clouds.
Looking pretty nice out today.
Right, my handling was 16.
Okay.
I got an 18 on perception.
18 on perception. Okay, sounds good. Okay. Okay. Let me grab. Okay. You guys eventually, you have to walk back to the. No, you pulled the cart up. You're for the first little bit. It's a little rough going, trying to get through the woods and kind of going over roots and tree cover and such. But eventually you're able to make it kind of back onto the path and continue heading back east to Fandival. Neves, you keeping lookout at the beginning part, you don't really notice anything. Oh, come on. Just go to the page I need you to be on. Okay. Let me... Okay. Neves, you probably about 4 or 5 hours in, so like 2 or 3 o'clock, you hear this really weird sound that you've never really heard before. It almost sounds like laughing, but kind of like animalistic. And you hear a couple of these sounds kind of deeper into the woods, and as you kind of start to look towards the sound that you hear, you see 5 figures kind of moving through the woods, and you hear a little like bark, like very short, quick, like barks to each other.
And I can tell where they're, or like, I saw the direction that they are.
Yes, so they're to, as you're like going down the path, they're kind of like to the left of you.
And how far from us about did they seem?
I would say about between 150 and 200 feet, and they're keeping pace alongside you and also starting to get a little bit closer.
Okay. Hey, Fenric, you've got a good eye, right?
I like to think so. I got some pretty good ears too. And this nose is pretty good. Like, it's pretty big.
Okay. That's all very exciting. I think I only need the eyes, but maybe the ears. Let's find out. I'm not trying to seem too nervous, but do you see the figures to our left that seem to be riding along with us?
Fenric, give me a perception check.
I'm gonna cast guidance on myself because I'm actively looking.
Yep.
22.
22. Okay, you definitely see them, and you see them with a bit more clarity. So you see that there are 5 bipedal creatures. They have kind of like pieces of like tanned hide that have been kind of like piecemealed together. And you see that they have like huge like necks for the like what you would think a humanoid shape would be, and as you kind of look at them more, you see that they're moving very animalistic. You also, knowing a bit more about animals, these sound almost like hyenas. Like the kind of like laughing and barking noises that they're making. They kind of sound like hyenas. Yeah. Like that.
Oh.
But like
That was really good.
but like a deeper sound because these are like much bigger.
Wild.
You also would see that they have spears, shields, and most of them have long bows pulled out.
And how far away is this?
I would say that they are currently 160 feet, and they're getting slowly closer as you guys are moving further down the path.
I mean, they look like walking tall dogs. They do have a little bit of threat to them, but
Have I heard of big walking tall dogs anywhere on my?
Yeah. Anybody can give me a nature or history check.
I was gonna say, to the group, or can we all hear these little cackles?
Now that Fenric has pointed them out, you guys can all hear them.
19.
I was gonna say I'd like to do the same. You said what kind of check?
Nature or history.
7.
9. On a history check, I feel like I wouldn't know nature-wise.
Mine are the same, so whichever one. I don't care. I feel like nature.
Mine's a big difference, so I'm picking history. And it looks like I got 23.
Okay. So Arya and Caffrey, you have both. Arya, you've probably encountered them before. Caffrey, I think you probably would have as well. So they're known as gnolls. Let me find a picture of them.
regular gnoll, regular gnoll.
Regular no, regular no.
Breaking the law.
Also, thank you to Tipper for putting this nice little place that I can put pictures up.
You're so welcome. Ooh woo.
Oh, whoa.
Saying it
Heckin'.
unironically all the time.
Heckin' ooh.
Also, my Spotify
So as
keeps
we're
pausing.
going to, I'm like, are we doing this, guys?
Or should
I
we
think
try
we should
and
get some
outrun them?
distance on our. Either we got to get distance on our cart so they don't hurt any of our cargo accidentally
Ooh, true.
and intercept, or I gotta speed this up. What are you guys wanting?
He's worked with a team before.
Arya and Caffrey, you would know that they have about as much speed as you guys have. And so you could, for a short time, the cart could go faster than they could, but the horses would eventually tire. So it's a 50-50 shot.
I mean, it's up to you. I'm always down for puncture wounds, but like, I don't know. It's the first thing that came to my head. Leave it. It's the first thing that came to my head. I was also gonna say slice and dice, and that felt wrong. So here I am.
I love the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
That's exactly what it was. Anyways,
Yeah, let's slow down these horses. Let's get the jump on them. They clearly want it on us.
All right, understood. I'll pull the horses over, and as I'm getting off the cart, kind of getting myself prepped, I'm going to cast the Searing Smite as they're approaching. As things approach.
Are you guys trying to kind of hide from them, or are you just gonna meet them out in the open?
I'm down
Are
for
we in a
whatever you guys
wooded-
want to do.
Are we in a wooded area? this something that
Yeah,
we
so
could-
there's basically woods on both sides of you. The path isn't well used, but it's used enough that it's not like fallen trees or anything in your way. But it's not like patrolled.
I was thinking of approaching them with an air of stealth, but also that's contingent on what my team is doing.
Honestly, we could have a couple people just sitting out and some of us hide.
Yeah, I don't mind just standing out there because I'm not very sneaky as is. So I don't mind just if you guys want to plan an ambush or something. If things go funny, if this isn't as, you know.
I'm
Do
also
we only
not
have
the
two? I'm sorry,
sneakiest.
Reed. Do we only have 2 horses? Like,
Yes.
One dies. This is pretty bad. Okay, just checking. Sorry, Fenwick.
I'm also not the sneakiest. Like, I'm pretty big.
You two were walking towards, I don't know, like water or looking for food, or we could put a little bit of distance between you and the cart, and then the rest of us could more or less, or like follow along, but try and hide. Ambush style.
Yeah. I'm down.
The
Are there any
cart
trees close by to like
So you're-
crawl up into?
You're surrounded by trees. They're also big enough that they kind of the top or the branches of the trees kind of go over the path. So like if you got up into the branches, you'd be able to maybe get behind them. Also the wagon you guys have is covered. So you could also have people like inside the wagon.
What if Nadora watched the wagon and we could try and surround them?
Yeah, let's have Nadora guard. They can guard the wagon as well as our passenger that we've got back there.
Yeah, Nadora's willing to do that. So who's kind of going to meet them head on, and who's going to try to ambush them or stealth around or whatever?
Which direction are they coming from, and can we tell how many there are?
So you guys are currently heading west. So they would be on the north side of you, so to your left. They're in the woods. They're kind of spread out a little bit, kind of trying to hide behind trees and stuff. It's only because Fenric and Nevase are just so perceptive that they're able to spot them and hear them. You know that there are 5 of them. It looks like they were probably trying to sneak up on the cart, but you guys have noticed. So far, you've been playing it cool, so you don't know if they've noticed that you've noticed them.
Have they changed what they're doing at all since we've started slowing down? And
Basically, they've started to slow down as well, and they've been moving a little bit closer. I'd say they're now like 120 feet out.
Cool.
I'm just
I'm
gonna
gonna be
go
Heidi.
stand out and kind of lean on a tree out in front. Just put my glowing mace
Like
on
you're
the ground
taking a
and
break?
spinning it. Yeah, just spinning my mace on the ground.
Okay.
I'll kind of sit in the same area and start looking for stones again. Pointy, jagged stones.
Okay.
Can I climb a tree?
Yep. Give me an acrobatics check.
I'm going to stay in the cart with Nadora and just be peeking out from the sides of the
19.
canopy.
Okay. And then Nevase, what are you doing?
I'm gonna try and with the goal of not necessarily getting behind them, but being on the far side of them, I'd like to I don't know, try and sneak around the opposite side of Burke and Reed to where they would be.
Okay. Nevase, give me a stealth check. Arya, you can also give me a stealth check, and then Caffrey, give me a stealth check.
Y'all, I'm gonna get us killed.
I had a 13 stealth and then a 19 acrobatics.
Yeah, I got an 8 stealth.
Oof.
Just hoping they keep making lots of noise.
Bummer. I got a 12 plus 5 is 17.
Hey. you all feel pretty well hidden.
Awesome.
I just wanted to make a note, Burke. I'm in a tree above you. Maybe the tree you're leaning on. Psst, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay.
You ready for this?
Oh yeah.
So, Burke and Frederick, yeah. So, okay. Let's just have everybody roll initiative. I think that's gonna be the easiest way to do this.
I think that's fair.
It's like, should they be able to attack first? Well, no, you fucking saw them. So, like,
I got a 6.
all right, hold up.
Do I have to add anything for?
It should be your dexterity modifier.
Oh, I forgot to do that. I had a 7.
Oh man, quite the upgrade.
Your dexterity mod is only +1.
Yep.
Wow.
Oof.
Oh,
I got an
right,
11.
because you get to add your charisma to stuff. Okay, hold on. Everybody slow down. Jesus Christ.
So sorry.
My Spotify keeps pausing because we're in this call and it's doing that stupid thing where it's like, so I'm literally just selecting songs to play.
Mine is actually having the same issue Chosen's had.
Nice.
It's very weird.
Actually, I can shift this to during battle.
Are you listening to different music than I'm listening to?
It paused on my end.
Okay, well, let's all just listen to the separate playlists.
Yeah, and it paused and stopped playing. It didn't update with whatever you were doing.
I'm listening to Combat now.
Oh, yes, thank you for reminding me. D&D during battle. Why is Smells Like Team Spirit in here?
Oh, it's the cover,
it's
though.
a cover from
Perfect.
Black Widow, and it's really good.
Send
okay.
the invite again. I don't have it. I want to listen.
Me too.
That's the
Send it again.
best
Send it
song.
again. Send it again. Not the same.
Okay, Caffrey, what is your initiative?
4.
Arya,
What?
your initiative.
7.
Okay. Burke.
I got a natural 20 for 21.
Ooh, nice. Neves.
11.
Oh crap. Sure, I'll be Nadora as well. Okay, 13. And then Fenric.
I also got a natural 20 for 21.
Nice. Okay.
The two hanging by the cart, doing nothing but waiting.
No, I'm so confused. Okay. It's been so long since we've done combat, I've forgotten how my thing is set up.
Yeah, imagine somebody ruining combat encounters.
Yeah, we've never done that.
No.
Oh,
Not
I
even any time.
Forgot to roll for the Knolls. Jesus.
The
Roll for
Knolls.
the Knolls. Roll for the Knolls.
The Knolls are about to fuck my day.
Okay, I restarted the listening party.
I see Smells Like Teen Spirit by Malay.
Yeah. This is what we're listening to. We're getting into the combat. We're gonna watch Black Widow and you're gonna know.
So many windows.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Can't imagine adding books to the mix.
Okay, here we go. Burke, you're up first.
All right, what's the closest Knoll looking like?
So they are just now basically how this combat basically starts is Birkin, Fenric, and Caffrey, you all see 5 gnolls, like their back were to trees, and 3 of them come out. They're starting to pull back bows, and 2 of them come forward, like running side by side. One looks like it's going to head for Burke. One looks like it's going to head for Fenric, with shields up and spears out.
Shield up, spears out.
All right.
Also, hold on
Now
one
we're
second
gonna
before we
battle
start.
shout.
I gotta go get something real quick.
Okay.
Oh no, Fenric's gone all constellation-y on us.
Oh, we love Moonbeam.
It me. I did it. I am one with the stars.
Every time we say Moonbeam, I just think of either Moon Moon or Moon Knight from like the Marvel thing, and it's just
Oscar Isaac.
Did you see the like Entertainment Weekly special that they did on Hawkeye?
Are you
I'm
referring to
so
the photos of Haley Steinfeld?
Yes.
Then yes.
I'm so excited. Oh, I think I sent it to you. Yeah, we did. Because then I talked about how the Doc Martens were on in every fucking photo, and she's wearing pajamas in one.
It's a
Hell
fun
yeah.
character.
I saw a TikTok too, and it was like, I watch every other Marvel thing for the main character. I will not be watching Hawkeye for Clint Barton.
And then it's just a picture of Yelena.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Haley. No, it was of Kate Bishop. But I will also be there for Yelena, because are you nuts?
Update. I watched one that had more than one
Oh.
because it was Miss Thing and her. Never mind. Keep that part to
Spoilers.
myself. Here we are now.
This is really good.
It's the opening sequence, and Matt and Reed and I were just like, okay, wait. Can we just talk about this for a second? This song playing over all of this movie? Oh, it was great.
I also. I'm gonna Discord you a message.
Fine. Listening party is over. No, it's not.
See, Spotify is weird today.
Yeah.
It's being stupid. Discord just updated, so it probably has something going on. Because they did the thread thing,
Oh yeah.
so it probably has something. Like, I can't even invite you to listen to me. It doesn't even say I'm listening to Spotify.
Discord updating crashed my game I was playing. I lost like 2 hours of progression.
Oh.
No.
Oh, I'm
It's
so sorry.
oh,
He was not happy.
Which game is this?
Final Fantasy 15.
Oh.
Yikes.
Ouch.
Okay, I'm back.
Perfect.
Sorry about that.
You're fine.
Okay, so yeah, they're just pulling around. 3 of them with bows and arrows, and then 2 of them with spears and shields. And then Burke, you're up, and then Fenric, you're next up.
All right, and how far away are they from me?
30 feet.
30 feet. All right. So I'm going to, knowing that Arya's above me, I'm going to hold my action until they get close enough for me to swing. Because I assume they're going to keep coming at me.
Okay, sounds good. Fenric, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to. You know what? I'm gonna hit the one that's aiming at me with a guiding bolt.
So there's one that's going to be coming towards you with a with a spear, and then, or you could hit one with a bow and arrow.
I'll hit the spear.
Okay. So go ahead and roll to hit.
That's cocked. That's less cocked, but it's not as good.
You're cocked. I don't know what I was doing.
Ayo. Big true. Where is my 18.
18, that definitely hits.
Perfect. That's 46.
Jesus.
Oh, 18 points of damage.
Nice.
Jesus Christ.
Kill a bitch.
Yeah, okay. So the one who is like kind of coming at you with this sword and spear, you kind of just come around and like unleash this guiding bolt from your hand. And it tries to kind of like dodge out of the way, but it's expecting a like arrow, not like a magic bolt, and it's just so much faster, and it hits it dead in the chest, and you see kind of star bursting off of it are these constellations that just kind of float around it. Especially it like highlights all of its joints to make it easier to hit.
So next attack against it has advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? I'm also, because that I cast that with my thing,
With
so
your
it's not
action.
a spell slot.
Oh yeah, with your, yeah.
I'm going to try and look up to Arya, and with my bonus action, cast Flame Blade.
Okay.
And just kind of, yeah.
Let's.
So it's a bonus action to cast, but then
range of self.
Yeah.
So
So I'm just gonna look up and like, ha.
so
I do have fire sword.
So yeah, so Fenric kind of like almost like Babe Ruth points up at Arya, and then basically a scimitar made fully of flame appears in Fenric's hand.
Yeah. All right, and that's my turn.
Jesus,
That's the most American thing you've ever said. Like Babe Ruth.
I know. I was like, I don't get the reference, but like I know who that is, but also
I get the reference.
Thank you, Reed.
I as well, but I love baseball.
Yeah.
Babe Ruth called his shot. He pointed out into the outfield, and that's exactly where he hit a home run.
Yep.
No. Okay.
He's kind of cool. Back in.
He's kind of cool.
Holy crap! It's almost 80 years. Anyway.
Okay. What's she gonna do?
Matthew, I love your sweater.
I think so. So it's Nadora's turn. Nadora is going to kind of poke their head through the like canvas that is covering the wagon, and looks at one of the gnolls with a bow and arrow, and is going to cast Sacred Flame, because why not? So Dex saving throw. That does not succeed. Can somebody roll me 1d8?
not it.
Not it.
Working on it. I don't suppose anyone beat me to it. That's a
3.
1.
We'll go with 3. So Nadora kind of brings their hand down, and this sort of beam of moonlight hits one of the gnolls as it kind of tries to dodge out of the way, and you see little burns appear on their flesh. Next up is Neves.
We only see 2 of them heading towards Friedenberg.
So you see 2 of them heading towards Fenric and Burke, but then you do see that 3 of them have arrows also leveled at Fenric and Burke, and now Nidora.
Gotcha. How close are the ones that are sprinting towards Fenric and Burke?
Well, since they haven't gone yet, they're all basically 30 feet out.
Okay. I'm gonna ready my bow at the ones who also have bows out, but try and stay hidden still. I don't know. I'd like to position myself in a spot where I can still see Burke and Fenric, but not reveal myself to the others.
So are you going to shoot at them?
No, I'm going to prep a shot for if they see me, but if they don't see me, then no.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, so then all of the gnolls go. So the 3 archers are going to fire at Burke, Fenric, and Nidora. Burke, does a 6 hit?
No.
Fenric, does a 15 hit?
Yes.
Fuck. Okay. And then that's definitely going to hit Nidora. So that is... Fuck. Fenric, you take 9 points of damage.
Oof.
And Nidora takes 7. I don't have accurate hit points for anybody, but...
Do you want mine?
That's a lot.
We'll do it after. I trust you guys not to fudge your numbers.
Okay.
Aw, he trusts us.
Yeah. Okay, and then
How far away was that archer that shot Fenric?
30 feet.
I'd like to use my reaction to rebuke the violent and channel divinity, and he needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
Makes a wisdom saving throw. Hey, guess what? They aren't that wise, but it's still a 17.
Oh my god.
Well, he at least takes half of that, so yeah, half that much damage. So 4.
Yes. That is how math works. Yeah. So basically you see as it hits Burke, I imagine you just kind of like push your hand forward, and as you do, a spectral arrow that matches exactly what they shot fires back at them. They're able to move a little bit out of the way, but they do take that blow.
Nice.
And then the 2 of them are going to rush forward. One is going to try to hit you, Burke, and one's going to try to hit you, Fenric. As it gets in range, Burke, you can go ahead and take your attack.
All right, I'll go ahead and just take a big old swing at it. It was a natural 19, so I assume that hits. But...
Yep, that's going to hit.
All right. He needs to make a Constitution saving throw now from my Searing Smite.
6.
So he ignites on fire, and he's going to take 1d6 fire damage extra every turn.
Your turn, every his turn.
At the start of each of its turns until the spell ends.
This gnoll is on fire.
Okay, sounds good.
The damage from the smite and everything is 9 points.
Okay. And that's regular damage and smite damage?
Yeah, that's combined. I'm sorry. It's 6 points of the Searing Smite fire damage, and then 4 points of bludgeoning from me.
Okay, so 10 in total?
10 in total. I did my math wrong.
Okay, cool. So Burke, you bring this white hot mace head forward. Their skin and like hair seems to be like matted almost, and like oily because that ignites very easily as you just see fire start to spread up its body, and it's going to try to hit you.
Nice.
Does a 15 hit?
It does not hit.
Okay. And then Fenric does a 18 hit.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Just using one hand, so you take 3 points of damage.
And I need to make a concentration saving throw.
Yep. So Constitution saving throw, and then I think you have Warcaster, correct?
Yeah.
So you have advantage.
Woo!
Oh yeah, 21.
Okay. Easy. So you
was...
succeed that.
So that was 3 damage, you said?
Yes. Okay, and so shot, stab. Arya, you're up.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. So, which is the most fucked up?
It would be the one that is in front of Fenric.
Like emotionally or physically?
And how far? Physically. And how far away is that from me?
I would say within jumping and stabbing distance.
Nice. Good. Okay, I want to Hexblade Curse that one.
Ooh, okay.
And then I'm going to picture me as an Olympic athlete on the bars. I'm going to be holding this tree branch and I'm going to flip myself. And in the air, there's a backflip that happens and I come down with my sword and I'm going to fucking stab him.
Okay, give me an acrobatics.
And that's what I'd like to do.
Give me an acrobatics check to pull off the flip.
Please fail.
Oh, it's a nat 1.
Go ahead and give me an attack roll anyway, but take disadvantage.
Wait, is this one glowing?
Oh, yes.
So it'd be straight roll.
So give me a straight attack roll.
Okay, wait. Which one's that with?
Just your d20 and then add your attack bonus.
Good note, Reed. Good note.
Where's the attack bonus? I'm looking for it. What would it be under?
For your sword.
Oh, right. We haven't done combat in so long, I don't remember anything.
You got this, baby.
Because I think for you, it's your charisma plus proficiency plus 1.
Okay. Is dumb. Okay, so
your charisma modifier.
I'm looking for it. Yeah.
So that plus your proficiency bonus.
Okay, wait. Okay.
And then plus 1 because of your one of your warlock things.
So that equaled 18. And that wasn't with the like the swords damage.
So that was just
that's
that should
that's something else. Never mind. Yeah, never mind. What did I tell you? Did you do
18? Yeah.
Yeah.
So then you can go ahead and roll damage.
Now is that with the D20? I forget.
No, the D20 should have been the first one.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
D10. I got it. I remember. I don't remember.
Because I think for you it is.
It's a D10.
Yeah, and then plus charisma plus 1, and then I think plus 2 for Hexblade Curse.
Too many things to remember.
This is why you should write it down. And you should have it in a very easy place.
A pretty sheet.
I made Tipper a pretty sheet.
It was the same thing as this though, so I just kept it.
Yeah.
Anyways. Okay. Was it plus proficiency or expertise? I forget.
Okay, so for damage, it is a D10
Yeah.
plus charisma because of your warlock thing.
Yep.
Plus 1 because of your Eldritch Invocation.
Uh-huh. I'm writing it down.
And
Hey, you're
then
fine.
because you've Hexblade cursed it, it is also plus your proficiency bonus.
Okay. And then plus
That's it.
that's it? Okay.
Because you
13.
because you have a sword that can have 1 or 2 hands, and because you have Hexblade's curse, technically you have 4 different types of damage you can do with just the sword. So
It's a lot.
yeah. You just say 13?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So Arya kind of throws the sword, and as it's halfway through the air, it disappears. Arya jumps down, grabs onto the tree branch, and then kind of starts rocking her weight back and forth, and then tries to do the first kind of like kick up to start spinning, and as she does, the branch fucking breaks. She falls. Arya, you summon the sword, and then you just fucking throw it as you go, and you land flat on your fucking face. The rest of you see the sword, which appears in Arya's hand as this like demon blade, and as they throw it, turns in the air to a basically glass sword, or like a green sword, and goes straight through its fucking head and embeds itself in the dirt.
That's really fucking cool, even though you face planted.
I'm just gonna look up and be like, fuck yeah.
You're like, did it get him?
There's dirt in my mouth. It's like, that's fine.
And
Nice
then the sword just appears back in Arya's hand, and then again becomes the like demon blade.
And we all saw that?
Oh yeah, you guys have seen it.
Yeah, cool. Just making sure.
Caffrey, you're up.
Okay, how close is...
Oh, Arya, also you gain, not that it really matters, but you gain hit points equal to your warlock level plus your charisma modifier.
Nice. Well, she's full.
But if you're at full, so it doesn't do anything. Smile.
I was gonna say, did we take a rest before we left?
Yes. I would say you guys have had time for
Sweetness. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So, with that knowledge, how close are the gnolls? Like, can I get to some of them that might be within 30 feet of each other is what I'm looking for?
Definitely.
Okay, cool. How many can I get within 30 feet? Oh, I'm so sorry. A 10-foot radius centered on a point that I choose.
You could get a 10-foot radius. You could get all 3 archers.
Okay, I am going to cast Shatter at them. I take out my Chippa Mica, and I take another rock out, and then I slam them together, and it makes this like glass shattering sound right in that area, and they all need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. 17.
Bitches.
4, 7.
Better. Okay, so the 17 takes half damage,
Okay.
and the rest of them take 3d8. Hold on, I can't find my d8s. That would be... Are any... No. Okay. So they take 10 points of thunder damage.
Okay, and then the one who succeeded takes half?
Yes, so he takes 5. Still feeling like I'm in a pretty good spot. I'm going to stay there. Who can I see through this side of the the tarp over the caravan.
I would say everybody but Nevase.
Okay, so I probably saw Tipper like fall.
Yeah.
Flat on her face. Okay, I'm gonna look over to Tipper. I'm like, oh, sweetie, and well, she still made her mark.
In the ground.
Okay, I'm gonna inspire her. Oh, baby, look what you started. The temperature's rising in here. Is this gonna happen? I'm waiting, waiting for you to make a move. Ooh, so I can help you make the move. Ooh, and give her a little inspiration for her next turn.
Okay, sounds good.
Phenomenal.
Amazing.
Outstanding.
And I'll duck back down and try and peek out best I can without trying to be spotted.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Yeah, I would say you probably have like half cover.
Okay.
Yep. And then now
I
we're
don't
back.
see any like flaming arrows, or do I need to take a special check for that?
I would say you do not see any flaming arrows.
Okay, so I'm not afraid of. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Tight.
Burke, you're up.
All right, so I've got this knoll directly in front of me.
Yes.
All right. Well, let's see here. I'm just gonna unload another attack on him.
All right, sounds good.
Uh, 14.
On the one in front of you,
Yeah.
just misses.
So I swing in. I swing in wide. I don't know. Bring in my shield to do the to try to shove him to the ground, knock him prone.
Okay, what do I have to do?
I think it's just a contested athletics check.
Okay. Ooh.
Ooh.
11.
20.
Oh.
You're a big fellow. All right.
Yeah, you go and you swing, and it using its shield kind of pushes your mace away, and then you go to shove it down, and it actually brings its shield back, and just two shields clashing into each other, just pushing back and forth. You see, it's like one of its eyes as completely milked over, and the other one's just staring at you as slobber is just coming out of its mouth.
I hate these things. This is disgusting.
Thanks.
All right.
Yeah.
And that's my turn.
Fenric, you're up.
Okay. So the one that was in front of me is now currently dead.
Yeah, so like it had
Yeah.
had a sword through its head, and then as Arya summoned the sword back, it fell back, not having the sword supporting its head anymore.
Perfect.
Because you can't land your jump doesn't mean you can't kill the thing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's dope. How far away is Burke from myself? And how
10 feet,
and how far am I from the archers?
30 feet.
Okay. I'm just gonna go over to the one that Burke's facing, and I'm gonna swing with my flame blade.
Okay, sure.
Can I like flank, like
Yeah, you can go and
Like,
you can flank
get
if
on
you
the
want to.
get in the backside of the
Yeah.
knoll?
You make a melee spell attack with your blade. So,
Is that with
S-
advantage?
yeah, with advantage because you're flanking.
Okay. Oh, nice. I didn't need it, but 25 to
That's
hit.
definitely gonna hit.
And that's another 3d6. Okay, so that's only 7 damage.
Only 7 damage.
Only 7 fire damage.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you go ahead.
So as the Knoll and Burke are kind of just like clashing shields, Fenric, you come up alongside, and you go to just slice through both of their like ACL, Achilles, basically just go straight across the hamstrings for both of them. As you do, it kind of uses Burke's shield to try to spin out of the way, and you're able to get into just a big chunk of leg meat on one of them, but you're not able to cut through both, as it now is trying to balance. It's trying to defend between both you and Burke.
Okay. Yeah. So then I'm gonna, as my bonus action, I'm going to cast my wild shape as the archer.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna pinpoint one of them that hit me with the arrow.
The one right in front of you?
No, the one of the ones at the distance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't
So let me-
I don't remember if you are in melee with another person, do you have disadvantage on ranged checks, or is it only if you're shooting the person who you're in melee with?
If it's a
Yeah, it's only
ranged
if you're-
spell attack, he would have disadvantage if he's within melee.
Of anybody, or just
That was
If you are attacking the person within melee of you and it's a ranged spell attack, then you would have disadvantage.
but
You
if
could
he's
back up.
if he's in melee with somebody who he's not shooting,
No, then it doesn't matter.
then it doesn't matter. Okay, then just
As far as I'm aware.
a straight roll.
oh, that's off the table. That's another 25. hit?
Yeah, that's gonna hit. So there are 3 of them. All of them are pretty injured. I could, if you want to go for like the most injured one.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
So it's just a one. So 7 plus wisdom is plus 4, so 11 damage.
11 damage.
Radiant.
Okay, so Fenric, you come around and try to get at their hamstrings, and as you do, this archer, which appears like with right hand and left hand and left hand, immediately kind of flips, and so it's almost like you two are back to back, pulls up its bow and shoots, and as it does, it just goes straight into the neck of the Knoll, and it would pin it to the tree if it wasn't spectral, and it just goes straight through its neck, and you can just see like a hole right in its throat as it just
One quick
blood kind of
clarification.
bubbles
The
up, and then
arrow was spectral or
Yes.
the knoll?
the arrow.
Make sure.
I had a moment there. too.
Imagine.
Like this just got different.
Oh, cats.
Alright,
Yeah, so then that one's gone as well. Next up is Nidora. I don't have all of Nidora's spells.
Like the ones that they prepared.
Yeah. Probably just another another Sacred Flame. Save it. That's gonna succeed, so no damage. Again tries to bring down this beam of moonlight, but they kind of know what's happening, and so they sink their like claws into the tree and pull themselves up and kind of jump off to the side of the tree, dodging this moonlight that kind of sears itself into the ground.
Nice.
And Nevase, you're up.
Okay. Which of my archers look the weakest?
They look both fairly equally damaged.
Okay. Gonna go for the one that's closer to me. And I'm going to fire a bolt at it from hopefully a somewhat stealthy location to trying not to get noticed.
Okay.
It doesn't know that I'm here, right?
You suspect you feel stealthy. Whether or not that's the case, you don't know.
Okay. So I get to ask you if I'm able to use advantage on my attack roll, or do I have
So are you going to attack that person?
to? Yes. The reason I ask is because if I'm not actually, am I allowed to know if I'm considering using steady aim?
Okay.
But I'm going to save my bonus action to hide again if I'm hidden right now, if that makes sense.
So I will tell you, Neves feels hidden.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Like, Neves hasn't, like, tripped over anything, hasn't dropped anything, so to their knowledge, they have not seen them. If you
Okay.
feel like you still need to steady aim, go ahead.
Okay,
Also,
totally fair.
remember that I do advantage different. So if you have advantage and then you're given another instance of advantage, you get to add +2 for each extra instance of advantage to the roll. So if you are stealthed and do steady aim, you would get advantage +2 to your roll.
This is fair. That's nice, but I still can't hide after.
Correct.
Okay. Then I am going to not use steady aim. I'm going to fire my bolt with the intention of hiding after I shoot it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll with advantage.
Okay, cool. If I have advantage, I'm going to use sneak attack as well.
Yep.
So, sorry, but
I'll-
I can do my attack roll first.
Yes. Also, nobody's critted yet, if I remember right. At least recently. So if anybody does crit, let me know, because I've found new rules that I want to use.
Cool. Does an 18 hit?
An 18 definitely hits.
Okay. Then, okay, here's where the math comes in.
Yeah, so you get arrow damage and sneak attack damage.
Okay.
I just imagine this dart of death coming from the woods.
Okay, so 17.
Fuck, okay.
Oh,
Nice.
So
And then I'd like to hide again.
yeah, go ahead and give me a stealth check. I will say you will need to move from the current spot that you're at, because you can't, like, pop out of a tree, shoot a person, and then pop back behind the same tree. They're gonna know that's where you are. But you still have all of your movement, so if you just want to, like, move and then duck behind another tree, that works.
Oh yeah! Sorry, I forgot. I didn't want to move because then I don't get to use steady aim. I need to use steady
Mhm.
aim. Okay, I'd like to
You're good. You're good.
swap spots in that case for my
Yeah.
hiding spot.
Yep. So then go ahead and roll stealth for me.
Not rolling great stealths tonight. 9.
Okay. You feel slightly stealthy. Yeah. But so Neves, just Burke, you just feel like wind whip by you as this arrow just comes flying right past your ear, and then you see almost an exact carbon copy where that happened to the other archer, another bolt straight through the neck, but this one actually, where the feathers are, pull it back enough that it is embedded, feathers right in its trachea, the arrowhead in the back of the tree, as it's then snaps from the weight and falls to the ground.
nice.
So now there are 2 gnolls left, one of them in combat with Burke, and then one more archer. And now it is the gnolls' turn. Okay. This one's not happy, that one's not happy.
I forgot to do it last time, but the one that is in front of me should be making a
Ah,
con saving throw at the
Yes,
beginning
it
of
does
its
it.
turn.
It does it on its turn. What throw is it?
It's a con saving throw.
Okay, that's an 8, so that fails. How much damage?
It's a 1d6 then.
Actually, you roll. I don't know why I'm rolling your damage.
6?
Wow.
Fucking lucky. Had 5 hit points left. So you see Burke's mace, while it has gone cold, you see it kind of flare with holy light, and as you do, you see the fire that has been crawling up this gnoll's arm suddenly just takes on something and begins to rapidly move across its body, and then just starts to glow red hot as you just see its skin basically Indiana Jones style just like melts off of its face, as you then just see the skeleton of a gnoll clatters to the ground.
Hope you find
Nice.
your friend.
Damn, Bert.
Arya's retching in the corner. Dirt
We're
all
not
over her
sure if it's because she fell on her stomach or
Yeah.
because of what she saw. We're not sure.
mouth, convulsing in
Um,
the corner.
Yeah, actually, since Arya is on the ground, this gnoll that has been shooting is close enough that it actually drops its bow on the ground, pulls out its spear, and runs to Arya on the ground and goes to stab Arya on the ground. Has advantage
Nice.
because you're prone.
Yes.
That is, does a 22 hit?
Yes.
1d8 plus 2.
I'm sorry. I love
Yeah.
when things go poorly because of a nat 1. Like.
Arya, you take 7 points of damage.
That's fucking rude.
As you kind of like tuck in and roll a little bit, it is not able to go fully through you and pin you to the ground, but it does like cut along your ribs, and you feel the blood starting to kind of move down your side.
Ouch.
And that is their turn. Arya, you're up.
Oh, gee, thank you.
You're
All
welcome.
right, how close is this shithead to me?
Well, since it stabbed you, I would say it's next
Right
to
there?
you. Yeah.
Right there? Okay. I'm gonna...
Are you going to get up?
I'm thinking about it.
Okay. If you attack from prone, you have disadvantage.
Yeah.
Okay. But I will say, if you want to like kick up while attacking, I'll let you do it as if you're standing up, because that's cool.
Kick up. Like, what do you...
Like, do some sort of like
Fling your
Uh,
legs up and
Like,
get
yeah, I
off
was
the
gonna say,
Like-
that
ground.
thing that
cut-
people
like-
do where
like
they
cut-
get onto their feet from their back.
yeah, or like whenever the oh god, I can't break dancers like spin with their legs and bring themselves up.
Oh
Can
yeah.
you imagine? Oh my god, just channel my inner Channing Tatum from Step Up.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Okay.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
But with swords.
Yes. It's cool. I love that TikTok you always send me. Okay, I want to do the thing like, yeah, when people are on their back and I don't know, they like flip themselves
Yeah,
up
they-
and
they
you end
kick
up on
up,
your
yeah.
feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know what it is. I can't do it. Are
Does
you
she have
kidding?
to make an acrobatics check, or she's
No.
pretty good at this?
No, Arya has trained in this.
She's
so
a badass bitch.
yeah.
I
I'm
got
a
it.
badass bitch. Okay, and then I'm gonna just spitting out dirt out of my mouth. Just let me find it, and then I'm going to. Are you counting that as my like movement?
It takes half your movement to stand up, so you still have 15 feet of movement, or 20 feet of movement, since you're
It doesn't matter. It's in
yeah.
front of me, anyways. I'm going to cast Eldritch Blast in this man's fucking face, even though he's directly in front of me,
You'll have disadvantage to hit if you do that, but if you want to, you can go ahead.
because he's so close.
Yeah.
Is that how that works?
Yeah,
Man.
because it's a
Because
ranged
basically,
attack.
what is
Oh, that's
happening
true,
is
that's true, that's true.
in
Yeah,
the
you're right, you're right.
in the 6 seconds, he's also trying to continue to stab you, and so you're trying to fucking blast him while doing the hand movements while he's right in front of you.
That makes sense. Okay, I take that back.
You can still try. You can
I don't want. No,
certainly
Yeah.
I had a nat 1. We are not taking disadvantage
You
rolls.
can also back away from him, but attack of opportunity possible.
You could also stab him.
This is where I was getting. I'd like to
Sorry.
stab him.
Sorry.
Okay.
With the-
Go ahead and roll.
No, which one again?
So to hit is
To
the
hit.
is the D20.
Yes. Oh,
Tipper just totally forgot how to play D&D.
Yeah.
I honestly did.
This is
I got an
why
18.
character sheet is super helpful.
I have it in front of me.
That hits.
She just forgot what it means.
Okay, cool.
Okay, now roll damage.
I don't get the +1 because this one's not cursed, right?
You don't get the plus proficiency because it's not
Which
cursed.
is 2. Okay. 9.
Okay. Minus. Okay. So you kind of kick up, and you land on your feet, and you see the spear coming towards you, and you kind of like somebody would deflect it with their hands, but as you're doing it, the sword appears in your hands again. You deflect it. You let the sword disappear again, and then it looks like you're going to punch him in the face, and as you do, you have the sword reappear and go to stab him. He's able to bring his spear up in time enough to deflect a little bit of it, but you cut like right along the side of his face, getting a really nice deep cut in there.
Nasty.
Anything else?
Yeah, I still have a bonus action, right?
Mhm.
Can I just use that to like move away from him?
Did you add your hex blades? Does that have
No.
any extra damage to it, or
I
no?
didn't. No, I didn't add that.
Because
to it.
Hexblade's curse is different than Hex. You can't move it. Once it's used,
Oh,
it's
okay.
used.
Just checking. Sorry.
You can't use your bonus action to disengage. That's a rogue thing.
Well, that's rude. Okay. I don't know. I don't really think I have anything.
That's your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Caffrey, you're up.
Okay. Everybody's still up
Yep.
as far as the knolls go.
There's only one knoll left,
Ah.
and that's the one
How
in
far
front of
away is he
Arya.
from the cart?
Like 15, 20 feet.
Okay. Caffrey is going to cast at him Dissonant Whispers.
Okay, what do I have to do for that?
Wisdom saving throw.
Okay. That's a 7.
I'm sure the Nolmen are great at wisdom.
They're actually
Very
not
well.
bad.
Really?
They have a 10 wisdom.
That's pretty average.
Their intelligence, on the other hand, 6.
Dang.
Same. In real
A
life.
-2 handicap.
I was pushing the wrong button. On a failed save, it takes damage and must immediately use its reaction, if available, to move far as its speed allows away from me.
Okay.
So I'll roll 3d6. Ooh, 12 points of psychic damage.
12?
Yes.
Okay, well then I can stop googling the thing I was going to Google. What does Dissonant Whispers look like for Caffrey?
For Caffrey, I'm whispering. You know what? I'm gonna say I'm whistling. That only one creature of my choice can hear, and wrecking it in terrible pain. So Caffrey just starts whistling a little bit of a. If you guys remember, I won't whistle because I don't want to kill your ears. Remember the whistle that they did with what's his name in Guardians of the Galaxy?
Yeah, Yondu.
Okay. Yeah, I'm doing a Yondu whisper right now at him, and
Okay.
just whistling at him.
You do this, and you see that blood starts coming out of its ears as it just starts like yelping. It gets on all fours and tries to run away from Arya. And Arya, you see firsthand as you just see cracks start to appear on its head. You see its skull start to split open, and then you just see its head freaking explode.
Does it get on me at all?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm just sitting there. I imagine like the camera on my face and just splatting across, and it's just
Yeah, there's like a piece of like brain matter that's just stuck to Arya's face as it's just slowly moving down.
Caffrey's
she's
like,
just
"Oh,
upset.
fuck."
She looks at Caffrey just.
They normally don't explode. I don't know what you want me to say. Then she hides in the cart again.
Here, let me grab this for you. And Burke's going to grab some of the brain matter off the side of Arya's shoulder.
Yeah. There's like a piece of like wow, man, my brain is not working tonight. A piece of skull that's like in Arya's hair.
Oh, I go through my bag and retrieve one of the scarves that I have that I'm not very fond of, and throw it at Arya and be like, "There you go. Clean your. You got something a little okay."
Not talking and just looking at everyone. Just
Fenrir's gonna go over to where Arya face planted and draw a little smiley face where her face was in the dirt.
And the Arya dirt angel.
Yeah.
Should have moved your arms around.
Nadora walks up to Arya, druid crafts like a little flower and puts it in Arya's hair, and then helps kind of start getting some of the like brain matter off of you.
Now Fenrir's really going to town on this drawing. Like, actually, yeah, no, it's a 3. It's a really bad drawing.
Yeah. It's just 2 eyes and a mouth.
Yep. Do we want to like check their bodies?
Oh, yeah. I'm not great at rifling through the things. Anyone who's good at that?
I'll do it. Jumps out of the back and helps whoever wants to help.
Give me an investigation check.
I'll cast guidance on
Caffrey?
Caffrey.
Yeah. We can't double guidance, can we? Because I
No.
was going to guidance myself. I was going to say that's a little excessive.
it's a little excessive. Can I look for like a puddle of water or something?
Yeah, you find a puddle of water. That's
We talking
easy
a
enough.
regular investigation check?
Yeah.
That is 14.
So you really don't find any like money or anything. You do find a lot of like animal trophies. So you find like a lot of them have like wolf teeth necklaces. Some of them have like essentially like ear piercings, but they're made of like different animal parts.
I totally take one of those wolf teeth necklaces.
But nothing really of use. Any arrows are of shoddy quality. The bows are basically falling apart. Nothing really that you'd be able to salvage.
I'd like to make my way over.
Make my way over to
To the group,
okay.
checking the bodies. If I see Tipper, can I turn her puddle into a little fountain? Just a little fountain, just a little sprinkle of water coming up in a
Yeah.
little...
So Arya,
Eye
Arya,
washing
you're
station.
you're
Yeah, a little
you're
eye wash.
going down to wash your face, and as you do, just a little like spring starts to appear, and the water starts to move and circulate. And so you're able to wash your face better.
No,
Any-
I'll just like head over to the dead bodies,
like-
I guess.
See Arya, she's got like her hands in her mouth trying to get the dirt out.
The dirt in the mouth is apparently the big thing. The piece of
It
brain
is. I don't care
is
about
not.
the brains with the dirt. Have you ever eaten dirt? It's gross.
I get off the cart and give Arya my water skin. She can rinse her mouth out.
She's rinsing it out with a puddle in the forest, you know.
Yeah, that's
Super
why I walked
sanitary.
up. I was like, "Here, this is cleaner."
She's fine.
Yeah, anything else you guys want to do?
They don't look like they represent anything. There's nothing
No.
like emblems on their.
Not
Okay,
really.
so just probably a random group of gnolls.
Yeah.
Well, raiding gnolls. Cool. Tight. How far are we from the city, Burke?
2 days.
I don't know if I'm the person to ask. I'm not great at that navigating.
You're the one driving the cart. Well, I
I'm
guess
driving,
Reed. Yeah,
but
there
I'm
you go.
not navigating.
Fenric! Are we close?
2 days.
No.
Okay. What time of day is it?
It is currently like beginning of afternoon, so like 3-ish.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe go a little longer and then we can make camp.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Nothing of note for the rest of the trip. You guys make camp.
I continue on the caravan to work with Nidora through the scripts we were reading.
Okay. I will. How many? I'll give you. What? There were 24 books. I'll give you 4 of them. How about that? 4 names.
Yeah, just tell me right now. That's fine.
I will 100% tell you right now.
Oh my god, I have to write it down. Okay.
What languages do you know, Cap? Do you know Dwarven and Elvish, or one of the two?
I know Elvish. Give me 1 second. I don't think I know Dwarven. Hold on. No, I don't. I just know Elvish.
Okay, so
Or
then
Sylvan.
I am going to let's put it in world information, sure.
I speak Elvish.
So these are the books that you find.
Ooh.
What you got there, Burke? No, not Burke. Caffrey.
Looks like new sources of magic channeling, arcane and divine, a little bit of a self-help book for druids, and a traveler's guide through the 9 hells. Oh, interesting.
Hey, hell.
Here just pops up.
The 9 hells. The 9, not just one.
Oh, right.
You know,
Yeah.
9. Caffrey is after hearing the confusion from Arya, just like hands her the book about the Traveler's Guide through 9 hells. It's like, out of anybody, maybe you should take a peek at this on our way back.
What makes you say that?
Which once you guys get back to town, then I can lore dump. But
Perfect.
as you're going, these are the books that you are finding.
Cool. Tight. I'm
Uh,
assuming Nidora has her own list, considering how much she's going through.
Nidora is helping you go through these.
Oh, so this is our combination of finds.
Okay, combination pizza hut Taco Bell.
The other one is instances of innate arcane magic. I mean, it looks interesting, but not really my forte.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then also, I'm assuming, Caffrey, you disseminate what the title of these books are to the rest of the group.
Yeah, those were the name of the majority of them. There was one other, when I said it was for druids. Are druids using Portalian magic or divine magic? She hands the book unconsciously to Fenric. I was like, hey,
Okay.
maybe this is interesting for you.
Which, Fenric, you also have the other book that you picked up.
Mm-hmm.
You would have gotten at least the title of it translated. put that in the group chat, but we'll also say it here. It is called the Druidic Circles that make up Ulthon.
Dope.
Ooh.
Which language is that one written in?
All of these so far are in Elvish.
Okay. I'll help Caffrey and Nadora go through the books because I can speak Dwarven.
Okay, then I'll give you 2 more books.
Oh, good. And I speak Elvish, so I will interpret as I can if we have the time to. If those druidic books are more, I feel like his speed, then I would help him translate and be like, hey, this is what's up. Ooh.
So if there's an E after it, it's an Elven. If there's a D after it, it's Dwarven.
Got it.
Oh, nice.
So, Arya, do you know which layer of the Nine Hells your demon daddy's from?
Caffrey stops reading and starts paying attention.
No, I don't. Also, Demon Daddy?
I was gonna say, has that ever been?
I don't think that's ever been said out loud in game.
It is right now,
Yeah.
though.
It's canon.
From
Demon
whatever
Daddy?
I'm doing.
Is this
that
what
sounds
Burke
hot.
would do?
I mean, he's not really my type, but I suppose I'll introduce you next time.
I'd like to pop up a little bit. Whose type is he?
Yeah.
You into red dragonborns?
Yes.
Hmm.
Hang on, I'll go back to whatever I was doing.
Marking that
Who
down in my
isn't?
book.
But also a weird bat sometimes.
Not even looking up from whatever I'm up to. I can work with that.
He's Batman.
Yeah.
So he's a bat and a man, and he's mysterious, kind of a prick. I'm not gonna lie. I think I've read a bardic story about this kind of person before. Just can't put my finger on it.
No, 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 no.
All right, do we want to keep on keeping on?
Let's do that.
Okay.
All right,
So
Burke,
then
lead the way.
the next day, I will give you guys the option. You can either go back to where the basilisk was, or you could try a new area.
Wait, did we just get a long rest?
Yes.
Perfect.
Oh, we did get a long rest.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think we should go a different way.
Different way, as in going after the basilisks.
Well, if none of us are that. No, not that. No, very much not that way.
Okay, so back to town so we can get the stuff taken care of. What do you think,
Yeah.
Nadora? You just want to get them back to your people as soon as you can, right?
I think with this body here, we need to get back as soon as we can. I'm worried that maybe the devices will wear out before then.
Right, I would agree. We've already had a delay with those gnolls. There's no reason to postpone this for this individual.
We're going back the way we came.
So it won't take any more time to go a different
Okay.
route.
Okay.
So you guys had talked about maybe wanting to go back to the basilisk. I'm giving you the opportunity to go back to the basilisk if you want to. If not, we can roll a different random encounter.
What if that
I
one's
gotta be
worse?
honest. I gotta be honest, everyone. I don't know if we're gonna be able to tow, if any of us get turned to stone, anyone in this cart, along with all the rest of us and the rest of our stuff.
I can't believe we're even considering this. Why would we go fight Stone Beast? Let's try to not fight Stone Beast and then live.
I'm kind of on Nevace's side on this. I mean, we can help out. But we can always come back later.
Into stone brains. I've had other brains recently. Prefer not to have stone brains.
Caffrey just looks at Arya like, what the fuck?
I'm sorry, did you forget when you exploded a bitch on my face?
Sounds
Oh,
like a fun
you're making a
Friday.
joke. Okay. It was yesterday. My bad. I didn't do it on purpose. I just tried, he just took it harsher than I thought he would. Normally, they just kind of bleed out of their eyes and their nose and shit. They
I'm
don't
just gonna give
extend.
you like a friendly shove. I'm weak, you're weak. It won't work.
Because bleeding out of their eyes and face is any better than what just happened.
Oh, I think I'd rather bleed out of my eyes than my face and have my head explode. But
What is this,
you know.
True Blood? Anyways,
Nice.
no stony bitches for me.
All right.
All right. So then. Okay. If whoever is directing the cart can give me animal handling, and whoever's taking a lookout, roll perception check.
I'm still going through the books with Nidora.
Yes, I will get.
That's 16.
Okay.
I got 22.
Jesus Christ.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Burke, you keep really good control over the animals. You don't have any issues. Nevace, you see, the trees are starting to clear out as you guys get closer to Fandival. And you see that there is, it also starts to get a bit hillier, and you see there is a, like, kind of in the trees a little bit, and kind of in one of the hills, you see a very small cave. Like, you can see the back of the cave with where the sun is hitting. And you see some sort of stone idol in the cave.
Is it more or less like otherwise? Not a whole lot going on. I'm not particularly suspicious of much.
No. You don't see
Um,
anybody or anything else around.
How far is the cave from the road we're traveling on?
Probably 200 feet.
Hey team, we're all like friends, right? We're working together now here. We're good, right?
I trust you enough
Sure,
to
what's-
murder me in my sleep, so I think we're doing pretty well.
You haven't stabbed me yet.
Well, all right.
I haven't killed you.
You seem to have an opportunity with that arrow you shot in between my ear that managed to just annihilate one of those gnolls.
Thanks. Pretend it wasn't luck.
Looks towards Burke is like, you think he was... Maybe he missed. Anyway.
I'm imagining myself like watching out the back of the cart, but like more or less upside down. I'm feeling very lax while I'm watching this. Well, then I think it's only fair that I give you the option. I think it could be fun to fall for a trap, and then I'm going to point out the cave that I'm obviously very suspicious of, and the idol that I see in it. If anyone can't tell, I guess describe that to them.
I would honestly say the only person who can actually see it is Fenric.
Okay.
Even though you're pointing it out with how the trees are and the cave and the distance, all of you can see the cave. Only Nevace and Fenric can see the idol.
You want to go into the cave?
Fenric, do you see at the front of the cave?
Yeah.
Do you like shiny things?
I mean, I don't really get them most of the time, but like,
Well, yeah, you're a weird one. Caffrey, there's a shiny thing in a cave. Do you want to go?
Where? Let's go.
Okay.
Nidora, be back. 2 shakes.
I'm, despite how much I don't like this, I'd rather get the body back. I'll come with.
We can
I'll
at
come
least take
with.
a peek. Come
Nidora
on.
is going to take the reins from you, Burke. It seems like Nidora is fairly confident with horses as well, and so can keep them safe and comfortable. All right, so you all head off into the thick of it.
Into the thick of it. I was thinking the same.
oh,
So you all come upon this. It is a. I guess iron would be the best description of it. It is a man who is in what looks to be basically like a tailored suit. And you see that he has his arms are down by his side, his hands are kind of like held up, and he has chains wrapped around his arms and chest. And you see his face is just in full laughter.
Kinky.
Oh.
Uh,
Are the chains part of the, like,
It is all one
statue?
thing.
I
Yeah.
was gonna
Okay.
say, does it look like he's tied down, or this looks like he can get out of it?
Tied down. If you kind of like walk around,
Okay.
the
Yeah,
the
crazy
chain
person
the
tied down.
chains have no end. They're like it is one full loop of chain. Fenric and Neves, with your high passive perception, you would also notice that while the suit is nice and tailored, any edge of the suit, it looks like they basically went through with a chisel and basically chipped the edges very finely of any edge of the suit.
do statues normally look like this?
Happy and tied in when they're tied in chains? No, but sometimes people are.
Oh. Is this from personal experience or like?
Arya realized what she said.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
It's probably for the best.
Are we perceiving the, like, chipped corners of the suit as, like, someone built this statue or as someone altered a different statue?
Based on the aging of everything, it looks like it was made whenever they first built the statue. Or they
Yeah.
added the chips in when they first built it.
Are we getting anything from the cave behind it?
It is a very, very small cave. So like it is maybe 10 feet tall and maybe like 15 feet back.
So we can see the back of it?
Yeah. And it is a natural cave.
Does anyone recognize this person? Do any of you know who this is? Who this is supposed to represent?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Anybody can give me a history
I'm doing
or
it.
religion check.
Guidance on myself.
Excuse me. History or
I love that Burke has no wisdom because he always fails these checks. 7.
I got a nat 20 plus 3, 23.
Okay.
On history.
Ooh.
I got a 4.
Okay.
Actually, no. Sorry, I rolled a 4. I got a 7 total.
Okay.
I can't find my D4s.
3 BB.
Nice.
I wasn't gonna. Was.
What kind of check?
History or religion.
12.
Okay, so Arya,
But
you're
honestly, it was a nat one.
oh, okay, then yeah, definitely
Oh
not.
my god.
Arya, you're the only person who kind of recognizes this figure. And at first you don't, and as you're like looking at it more, it is an older memory. You honestly didn't even think of it at the time, but you had a nightmare before you left home.
Before Christmas. Never mind. My bad. Oh, shut up.
You had a nightmare before you left home, and you saw this figure in your dreams. They had their hair, they were completely bald, as is also this figure, or this like statue. Deep tanned skin, gray eyes, and you just remember seconds, hours, honestly felt like maybe days of just this person laughing, hysterical laughter, just continuing to laugh, and you remember waking up that night, and you swear in the distance you had heard just that maniacal laughter continuing until you were able to somehow struggle yourself back to sleep. And then you get a name that comes with that image. Isvidis.
Fun. Oh shit! Hey everyone, this is a baddie.
The leader of the gods of corruption during the War of the Gods, the god of madness, corruption, and darkness.
Oh, so this is a bad statue.
Oh yeah, no good, not good, not good.
Wait, statue or person tied up?
I thought it was a statue.
You think it's a statue?
Statue? Statue?
Is it moving at all?
Give me a. Do you want to like get super up close to it, or you kind of?
I'm gonna stay with my party.
Okay,
Probably at least 60 feet, 100 feet out.
Perception check.
Cool. Guidance on myself.
Creepy music I have playing right now is doing some weird whispering shit. I'm not having a good time
14
in here.
Change it up.
It doesn't appear to be moving.
Can I tell at all why they might have put a statue in front of this seemingly shallow and not that exciting cave? Are there any indicators of why this might be here?
Are you trying to like look around and see if you can find something, or are you trying to like intellect this thing?
More of a looking around.
Give me a perception check. 20. Okay. You don't notice anything around that would indicate it. You do kind of see that the cave is facing like north, so it seems like this cave would be protecting a lot of like the sun from like destroying the statue. It seems like they probably, based on the placement, everything they did was protective, to try to protect us from the elements as much as they could.
Can I chuck a rock into the cave for traps?
Sure.
Can I chuck a rock?
You throw a rock and it just clatters against the wall, falling to the ground.
Well, this was less exciting than I was hoping for. Who's this guy? Why does he look so happy?
I was just saying, I look over to Nadora and Burke and be like, you guys got any holy shit to be able to check out what's going on here, or should we just go for it?
The door's not with us.
Maybe Nadora's too big, and Turbo's just like, ah.
Nadora's back with the horses.
Yeah, no, like Nadora's physically not with the rest of the party.
Oh, mother bitch. Cerny, is this evil or something?
I love that Caffrey's just like, yeah, Burke, Nadora, what's up? And then Fenric's like, Nadora's not here. And Caffrey's like, no, I know. Nadora, what do you
Nadora.
got? Turns to look for Nadora and is like, oh shit.
We've been next to each other all day. I figured it would just keep going.
Wait, no, I got big ears. I can hear them.
I'd like to use my divine sense.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So, Burke, you kind of, your holy symbol kind of floats off of your chest a little bit, and in an instant it is thrown back into your chest, and you're shoved backwards like an inch as you just get this sense of dread and corruption just oozing off of this statue, kind of flowing into the ground. This is a bad place.
Right. So I'm getting some seriously bad vibes here, guys.
Bad vibes. Bad vibes.
Scotty trifling.
Is this even worth it to try to destroy it from a distance? Can you guys throw some spells at it or something, maybe from over here? I just don't trust getting near that thing. It threw me back just trying to see what it was.
I'm gonna use my Firbolgting and cast detect magic on that cave.
You do not see anything.
Okay.
As Caffrey is now holding a bless in case she sees anybody getting super close or if anything's happening, she's holding a bless.
Okay.
Just in cases.
I'm gonna just be like, psst. Where's it? Can I call you Demon Daddy? Is that fine? Do we like that? Do we have that kind of relationship?
Did we hear his
Yeah,
name?
can we hear that?
Nah, it's in my head.
Damn it!
Arya, give me a wisdom saving throw real quick.
Oh, fuck off, man! Nat 20. 22.
Yeah!
Okay.
What's that? 2 nat 20s in a row?
Yeah.
She's rocking it, baby.
You hear Morzan in your head. I mean, I don't think I've ever been asked this before. I mean, you have my consent if you want to. If that floats your boat, yeah, sure. Do we need to have a talk about this?
No, it's just Burke said that, and I thought that was really fucking funny. And so I
Oh.
thought maybe to, like, make our dynamic a little bit more playful, other than the whole, like, existential dread,
Yeah, sure. You know what? Go ahead.
Nice. So, Demon Daddy.
You hear like really quiet in the back of your head. What the fuck?
I know what that statue
Mm-hmm.
in my brain, air quotes,
Mm-hmm.
is. Do you know? I mean, if I know, you should know.
Give me another wisdom saving throw.
And that 2.
Well, I had to
Um,
end sometime.
Yeah.
Yep.
You
Plus what?
2, 4.
I mean,
Yeah.
okay. Still pretty bad.
around you in the woods, you just start to hear it's just kind of
What's happening?
whispering all around you. You hear this laughter begin to float through the woods, and just in your head.
Okay, so Arya is like. Do you hear that? Do you hear that? Creepy man, creepy statue, there's laughter.
Sorry, hear what? I don't hear
yeah.
anything.
Burke, roll me a wisdom saving throw.
All right.
Sorry, guys. 1 second.
Burke's like really, really wise.
Right. That's a 22.
What was your natural roll?
17.
Okay. Burke, you hear a voice that you... It's weird. It's familiar, yet totally unfamiliar. Like, you could swear that this was a voice of a very, very good friend. You could also swear that this is the voice of a stranger. And you just hear... No. A feminine voice. You hear, no. This one's mine. You, Isvidis, cannot touch this one.
I love that for you. Wait, can I have some of that?
And as soon
Guys.
as you stop hearing the voice, you forget what was said. You know that somebody said something, but you can't place who it was or what they said.
Guys, I'm really getting a bad vibe from this place. I don't know. I think we should head back to the cart.
No one hear the manacle laughter.
What laughter?
As she's like clearly like starting to lose her shit right now. Pacing. No?
Arya's hearing things. I think I heard, but I didn't. But I don't remember. I think I heard something.
You want me to like blast this thing? Like I can.
I mean, I assume you can try, but the truth is this thing is as evil as it is, emanating as much power as it does right now from us this far away. I don't know what kind of magic you've got for something that strong.
I could throw some fire at it, but
If you're gonna
Yeah,
do that,
we
I'm gonna
should
be on
throw
standby
fire.
with my.
That sounds like a great idea. No more voices in my head. Throw fire at the thing.
all right. I throw a produce flame at the statue.
Okay.
I'm just here to be annoying.
Roll a spell attack for me.
19.
19. Oh, okay. I didn't expect you to fucking attack it.
I'm sorry.
No.
Me
No.
neither.
Yeah, me neither. I was just like stoking a
You
flame.
you throw this produce flame at it, and it hits it, and it kind of glances off. You definitely hit it. It just seems like it is. Well, roll damage for me because you did hit it and you did deal damage.
4.
4. Okay, so you see that it hits, and it definitely like made an impact. It is just fire, and it's just a little bit of fire. Like, this is an iron statue; it can't catch on fire, but you see that it did impact it.
Okay.
My laughing stop.
You hear it stop momentarily as it gets hit.
And then it's back.
Yeah.
Okay, well that didn't work. What element should we try next? Who's got ice?
I'm visibly confused by this entire ordeal, as nothing has actually happened that I can see.
Yeah.
You're just
See-
seeing a bunch of people go crazy all
Yeah,
at once.
you're seeing Arya kind of freak the fuck out. Burke's having some sort of crisis. Fenric's just like, fuck it, throws fire at it, it hits it, and you're like, and what? It's a statue.
Yeah.
Waterboy, you're up next.
What? No, I'm bored. Let's keep moving. What do you? We've been in real fights. Why are you picking one with rocks?
Arya
It
told me to.
won't stop laughing.
Oh, right. Sorry. Have you tried laughing with it?
Oh, that's a good idea. Maybe we should do that. Okay.
Arya, roll me a wisdom saving throw with disadvantage.
I'm mortified.
Oh shit.
Would you
Well.
get it?
6.
Ooh, okay. Just barely. The laughter starts to basically sync up with how you're laughing, and as you stop, it kind of breaks away, but it's just a little bit louder.
I'm gonna start, because she's lost her mind at this point. I'm gonna start walking towards the statue, like panicked, like
as-
freaking the fuck out.
As Tipper does that, Caffrey's just gonna
Arya.
grab her. Sorry. Arya. Just gonna grab her from behind and cast guidance.
Okay.
Just like Caffrey's freaked out.
I support you in your bad decisions.
Okay. Arya, what are you doing?
I don't know. I feel like she has some sort of. She's lost her mind.
Are you going up to touch the statue?
I'm gonna go have a stern talk with it. I think.
How close are you getting to it?
How close are we right now?
I mean, in my head, you guys were like 30 feet out. If you were further than that, you were further. If you were closer, you were closer. Like,
I was picturing, I think, 30-ish.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay within 30 feet of Arya for sure.
I'm gonna go to like 15.
okay.
I'm walking away.
Like back to the cart away.
Yeah, like slowly and kind of like,
The
why
vase
are
is
we
like-
doing this? Just like fed up esque, hoping that someone's gonna join me.
Okay. There is no change. As you get closer, the laughter gets louder and more frequent. But it doesn't stop.
Okay.
What if you go the other way?
Like away from? Or,
Yeah.
like just. Do I notice anything different now that I'm this close? About the thing.
About the statue?
Yeah.
Give me a perception check.
$19.
You do not notice anything different about the statue.
No changes in sound or amount of
Just gets
laughter
louder
or
as I
nothing.
go.
As
Closer?
you were getting closer, it got louder, and basically the time between the laughters got shorter, but not any different than that.
I'm gonna
I'm
stop and
just
watch. now
gonna
that-
drop to my knees, head in my hands, and just like weep.
Okay. Anybody doing anything else?
I was
Do
gonna
I need-
say, if
Mark's gonna
Caffrey's,
run in.
yeah,
He's gonna go pick up Arya and try to pull her away from the cave.
Okay. Burke, you feel this like essentially protective force as you kind of get closer, and that just like evil energy, that corruption that was kind of bleeding off of it, you feel that you almost have like a barrier around you as you walk in, and as you touch Arya, the laughing stops.
Excuse me.
I'm gonna hold his hand.
Let's get out of here, Arya. And Burke turns and walks away. With her.
Yeah. Just,
Yeah. And so Arya, as long as you stay like touching Burke, you will, to your knowledge, you don't hear the laughter. You don't know what would happen if you let go at this point, but
not letting go. We're not letting go. Bad idea.
This place is cursed. I don't think any of us are qualified at this point to deal with whatever this is, but I think we should notify someone for sure.
But the library will have an idea.
I was gonna say, do we have a general idea on the road and the map we were given, like where we're at?
you guys are about halfway. You'll have one more day of travel, and then it would be a couple more hours after you guys wake up till you get into Fandival.
Okay. We can take note.
Maybe
You okay,
Nora's
Arya?
girlfriend. What? Yeah, why? It's fine. Maybe
You
Nora's
like-
girlfriend will know what this is.
Broke down and shit. I've never.
Okay, well, you haven't spent a ton of time with me yet. You're gonna get used to it.
Okay.
I love PTSD.
Okay.
All
I'm
right.
proficient with navigator tools. Is there anything that I have to do? To,
Uh,
like,
I would say
Yeah.
with the information that you were given, if I remember right, Krista gave you guys a map.
oh yeah,
I would say that you have a fairly good estimate of where you are. If you want to use your navigator's tools to give an exact location, if we can roll for it.
okay, that feels useful.
Okay. Give me. It would be. Are you proficient with navigator's tools?
Yes.
Give me an intelligence check plus your proficiency bonus.
Proficiency bonus is level, right?
Proficiency bonus is, I think, at your current
Plus
level
two.
plus
Say
2.
you're
Okay. Yes.
I think once you guys get to 5, it goes up to plus 3.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Face of a good roll.
Yeah, that's a strong 9.
Okay. You have your best guess of where you are, and you're like, yeah, sure, there. And you kind of like put a little emblem for whatever you want that to be on the map.
Cool. I'm gonna put like a grinning face,
Like
as
a
the
laughing
emblem.
emoji.
Yeah,
Okay. Sounds
for the
good.
face, not for the voices. Because I think you're insane.
Is he talking to Arya or what?
No, sorry, that's just so that everyone knows what vibe I'm giving.
Mhm.
off.
Oh, got it.
Okay. And then for the rest of the trip, so also, Arya, how long are you staying attached to Burke?
Like 10 minutes.
Okay.
And then she's gonna be like,
Whenever you let go, there's no laughter.
just gonna give him like a thanks.
Fist bump. Fist
Yeah,
bump.
little.
The entire time this is happening, Caffrey is just staring at the two of them, just waiting for something to change.
When Fenric sees Arya let go of Burke, Fenric's gonna hoo 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 hoo. Like really slyly.
Arya,
What?
there's not even a roll for it. This is not laughter via insanity. This is Fenric laughing. So like, yeah.
Just trying to be a shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
You can hear Fenric just being a little shit.
I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna go up to him. I'm gonna stomp on his foot.
Fenric, are you gonna try to dodge this?
No.
Okay. Arya, you stomp on Fenric's foot really hard.
Yeah, get my heel right in there, dig it in.
This-
Yeah, right there.
how-
with your
how t-
negative strength modifier.
Yeah, and how tall is Arya?
What?
How tall is Arya?
5'7"?
Yeah, and Fenric's like huge.
7'6".
Yeah. So it hurts Fenric, but it's like if a teenager like slammed their heel
Yeah.
down really hard. Not horrible, but also not crippling.
Yeah, I'm gonna pat Arya on the head. Oh,
Oh.
good try.
Can like
Oh my god, I love Fenric so much.
can I get like fire eyes at this point or something? I need some intimidation.
Yeah.
Can I
sure.
call that? Can
Yeah.
I call that on whim?
I would say you're sufficiently pissed off right
Please.
now that
Yeah.
yeah.
Just gonna glare at him with my fire eyes and be like, "You better fucking watch it, Bucko."
I'm gonna cast Primal Savagery and have these massive long fangs come out of my mouth and just look down.
I'm gonna whip out my sword. If you're gonna act like this,
I'm gonna whip out my staff.
Are we all
Burke is gonna
around
go
seeing this
stand-
happen?
Burke,
I'm gonna look to
is- yeah,
Burke.
at this point, Burke is gonna try to stand in between the two of them.
Burke, you're controlling the horse on the cart, unless you wanted Nidora to keep doing that.
Don't make me turn this cart around.
I think Nidora steps between Arya and Fenric.
Isn't Nidora like
Like 3 feet tall.
4'3"?
Yeah, really
Hey.
short.
I'm just gonna.
Hey, Nidora is pretty intimidating. It doesn't matter how tall she is.
I'm
No,
scared.
yeah, Nidora's just like, stop it.
You're not gonna always have your friend here to help you, but
Nidora turns around to you, Arya, and goes, "You too."
Haha.
okay. I'm just gonna like throw the sword into the air and it's gonna disappear and I'm gonna go sit down.
Okay.
Take me back to the stone beast.
As Nevase is just like shuffling cards.
Oh, if Nevase is actually shuffling cards.
Oh, I
Burke
don't
is-
know.
Burke.
Sure.
Caffrey. Hey, you got cards?
No, I've got a gaming set here in my bag. Do you guys want to play some I don't know, chess or something?
Craps.
Oh, chess.
Would love to play some chess.
Damn it! And let's Nevase and Burke play some chess.
I'm driving. You guys.
I mean, I'll take over a little bit. It's
I,
not that
I
hard.
would say Nevase or Caffrey probably has playing cards.
Oh, Cavalry definitely has playing cards.
I think I probably also have playing cards.
If not,
We
you
can
do
use
now.
the other
Like,
cards. Perfect.
Okay.
Am I also keeping an eye out while this happens? Am I able to shuffle my cards and chit chat while
Yeah.
kind of
Keep an
keeping an
eye
eye out?
yeah.
Right.
Also, you guys did the encounter for the day, so
Oh, okay.
you guys sleep, get another full rest. I'm not gonna have you guys keep watch because
Yeah.
okay, and then the last day. Okay. If I could get a animal handling check and a perception check.
Have Nidora and I, while they make these checks, gotten through the majority of the books? I think there was almost 30, but not quite.
There were 24 because I did every single one.
yeah.
You are committed, and I appreciate that.
Okay. Let me see if there are what other ones I don't have for you. Because you also do have 7 very expensive ones, which I will give you at the end.
Okay. GM,
Yeah.
since we're getting close to town, I guess outside of game, since I don't really want to do it, I'm sure nobody wants to do it while Nidora's not here to present these books, so to her friendly friend.
Oh,
while-
yeah,
Nidora is-
we can basically go that like
I mean, how far are we from town now?
so after this day, you guys will make it into town the following day.
Okay, so we can, we got some errands to run. There's some stuff we can do in the
Yeah.
meantime before we go meet up with Krista and all of that business.
We could talk to the merchant. I would like to go to a store,
Oh, me too.
possibly a nicer store.
Okay, and so I have now put in all of the books that are not the special ones, which I'm going to read them all off for our viewing audience. So, new sources of magic channeling, arcane and divine. Are druids using Portalian magic or divine magic? A traveler's guide through the 9 hells. Instances of innate arcane magic. The druidic circles that make up Ulthon. A roadmap of the new realms. The Archmage's Bane. From sparks to wildfires, constructing fire spells. From splashes to whirlpools, constructing water spells. Analyzing the tactics and battles of the war between the gods. Flora arising from arcane wells. The positives and negatives from moving from trade to payment. Cities across Portalis. Fundamentals of arcane magic. Portalis is changing. What that means for you.
Great book name.
Love it.
Infusing objects with arcane magic. From teleportation to summoning, a beginner's and advanced guide to conjuration.
Okay, so with Fenric's help and other people in the party, are we able to ascertain the basics of the books before we get to town?
Yes. I would say the very basics, yes. If you want me to give you the basics of, it's like, I would say one book for each of you, and then
No, not necessarily. I'm more asking just because I'm floating on these last few, from sparks to wildfires, constructing fire spells, and splashes to whirlpool, constructing water spells. Does that mean that this book contains spells that pertain to those areas?
So it
Is my
less
question.
contains spells and more contains spell components, essentially. So like the different hand movements, the different like spell
water
spell
tribe scroll.
components. Yeah,
Well,
essentially.
Abyss would like to read a Water Tribe scroll.
Yeah. Basically, it would be a way for you to. It's all about constructing those spells. It is not teaching you those spells. So if you basically wanted to make your own water-based spell, this book would give you a lot of the basics for you to make your own water-based spells. Also, everybody here, if you can do magic, you can make your own spells. We can talk about them. It will be like we'll have to troubleshoot it and stuff, but like, you know, Arya, if you want some sort of like demon spell thing, we can figure out some sort of demon spell thing. Nevase, if you want, like, as you get more in tune with like basically as you level up, we can get you some more water-based spells.
Oh my god, that's really fucking cool.
Yeah. Basically
Here for that.
for everybody who's seen Critical Role, like all of Caleb's spells that he
I was going to say
did,
Caleb
yeah,
spells, yeah.
Caleb's web of fire, yeah, essentially that sort of shit. You guys can, if you have an idea of something you would want to do, we can talk it through and figure out and balance it and stuff like that.
If
Cool.
we keep the books.
If you keep the books. Also, you can go. These books are a bit rarer because they're earlier editions. But like, if you go to a place that there are more arcane users, you can find other ones like druidic, like the basics for druidic magic and stuff like that.
Cool.
Nice.
Sorry,
Fun.
just looking at chat. So is Caffrey and Adora specifically working together on this, and maybe Nevase? If
Does
we can,
Dora speak Dwarvish?
Nadora,
well, less about
no.
speaking the language after we figure out, and more about what is most valuable and what to share.
So you also, there are still 7 books in particular that are, I have not put those in there yet because these
Oh,
I
man.
can give them to you right now if you want them. But the,
Nah.
Oh no! I think we're
I'm okay
pretty
to wait till
overloaded.
10.
I'm just
Okay.
more like what.
so basically
feeling.
there are, looking at the books that I've given you so far and the 7 books that I have not given you yet, the 7 books are like at least 5 times more valuable than an average of all of the other books. So some of them are like first editions of books that like did not get rewritten very much at all, or they are one of like 10 copies of this book to ever exist.
Oh, we hit bank, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nadora. I know this is important to you, but like, oh man, this is square to score.
Nador basically goes, I mean, I was expecting we would sell at least some of them. I would want to see which ones that the library would want. Maybe they can make copies and then we can sell some of these as well.
Ah, that's a good idea. Yeah. You know the library in town in Fanaball?
Yeah.
With your girlfriend?
Nadora blushes a little bit and goes, I'm gonna get back to looking at these books.
Mhm.
Caffrey's watching. Does she keep blushing like she's like, oh snap?
I'm not gonna make that decision for Echo.
I was gonna say, I don't know if you would, but
I know that she would blush a little bit, but anymore, I think that's an Echo question.
Fender's gonna pull out the fiction book that he found and took and just start reading.
I didn't
'Cause-
do that one.
Yo, it's all good. I thought we
Oh,
the Tusk Glove.
It was Tusk Glove. You're right.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's-
Yeah. So Fenric starts, and the cover. This is the only cover that's actually illustrated, and you just see that there is a like half orc who is completely shirtless and is actually in fact completely nude, but there's a wave that is like going over like his waist, and his arms are just up, and he's completely flexing, and his whole body is glistening, and it says Tusk Love.
Get that?
I found it in the house. in the
I'm
thing.
sorry. Can Caffrey please make some sort of history check?
Wait, Fenric, what languages do you can you read again?
Oh, it's Common, Elvish, Giant, Druidic, Dwarven, and Halfling.
Holy
okay.
cats.
So then this would be, because technically Common did not exist at this point, so this would be in Elvish.
Nice.
We can all read it. Can I just like peer over his shoulder and like see what it's saying?
Yes, you can. Hold on 1 second.
Read us the passage of Tusk Love there. Kevin.
I was gonna say, there's like fan fiction on this stuff. I'm sure there is.
Yeah, there is. I thought they had
She peers upon him. First seeing his green skin and his small tusks, she was frightened. But then,
Okay, I actually
Over
have an excerpt from Tusk Love. I had laid there for what felt like centuries, staring at the draping rough cloth inside of his tent. Covered in furs, I struggled to get comfortable, unaccustomed to the wilderness as I was, but my half-orc guide, Oscar, had told me to wait, and so I did. Before I could shout for him, he returned, parting the fabric and crawling inside our shelter. He chuckled, his hair covered in snow. It was only then, when his face was kindly lit by glimmering warm candle flame, that I saw how handsome he truly was. The thought alone led heat up my cheeks as I blushed. I squirmed in the bedroll and sat, holding the furs close to my chest. His eyes were inquisitive, his voice solemn. Have I done something to offend you? And that's all you read before Fenric's like arm covers the rest of it.
Like the office vibes. Camera pans to my face. I'm too old for this shit.
that was so beautiful.
Chef's kiss.
Okay. I forgot the whole
Shout
fucking
out
encounter
to
for the
reading
day.
that last
Shit. Okay. Nevase, you notice, again, as you're kind of riding shotgun with Burke as you guys are going down the road, you notice it is about, the sun is about to set. So you guys will take a rest here, and then it'll be about 2 hours before you hit Fandival. As the sun is starting to set, you see a single person walking along the road. You see that they also, I think everybody can hear a lute being played as they kind of like walk down the road.
Caffrey would immediately try and recognize the tune.
I think you would not be able to tell the tune. You can tell that it's kind of like being improvised. You see that there's a long, it's almost like Molly Mock's coat, but not as intense. But it's purple with a bunch of like different symbols across the back of it. You see Nevase and Burke at this point, you both see red skin, and you see horns that loop once and then kind of flare out in the back. You see that there is golden caps on the end of their horn, that with chains attached to ear piercings.
Hot.
As you also see a tail with a little essentially like a, not a barb, but like a tiefling's tail, kind of whipping behind them as they walk, and they are playing this lute. And they kind of hear the cart coming and turn and look, and kind of like wave at you as they put their lute on their back and kind of like motion for you to slow down.
Caffrey looks at Burke, who I'm assuming is leading the cart.
No, I'm still trying to get his body to town, but I'll slow down for, if you guys are wanting to.
Hey, Caffrey, do you know this fun dragon person?
No, but he's playing the lute. Maybe he has something interesting to say. We can just check.
You're so right. Let's talk to them. Can I cast pronoun check?
Yeah. She, they.
Cool.
Nice.
As you see that they kind of like, as the cart slows down a little bit, they kind of run alongside. And now I have to try this accent that I've been practicing. Fuck.
You got
Hell
it.
yeah.
Take your time. Take your
Oh,
time.
I'm so happy.
I'm so excited. No pressure.
Are you guys headed into town? Permission to come aboard? As they're like jogging alongside the cart.
Looks at Burke, but smiles at the guy like, play something. He's obviously cool. Kind of look.
Gee.
I mean,
I didn't pass it.
you're welcome aboard, but there is a body back here that you're gonna not.
Oh, that's perfectly fine. As they kind of like just hop up. Nevase, you're kind of sitting shotgun, and they kind of just like jump up and then kind of like hop over your legs and kind of sit down in between you and Burke. Oh, thank you so much. It's been quite a day. Anyway, thank you for letting me hop aboard.
Where are you headed?
Wherever you're headed, honestly, as long as it's closer to town.
Oh, we're headed where you're headed.
Yeah, we're heading to town.
I was gonna say, as he jumps up on the cart and says these things, and Caffrey, she, mother, you say Molly Mock, and I lost it. Make an insight check
Yeah,
on
sure.
this cat to see
Yeah, give me an insight check.
kind of vibes I'm getting.
I
Guidance.
also make an insight check.
Sure.
$15.
Oh,
14.
Okay. You both would kind of get, they seem very relaxed. So you don't think that they don't look like they're tensed up, ready to fight. So either they are very trusting or they're very good at masking any sort of ill intent. Also, Nevase, Burke, and Caffrey, because I imagine Caffrey's kind of like poking her head through like the canvas. You notice as you kind of can see a little bit closer. They have in addition to the piercings on their ear and the chain that goes to their horns, you also notice a septum piercing. And you notice in any gaps of their like leather armor that they're wearing, you see black tattoos on their arms and legs.
Kill me, Smalls.
I'm just gonna say, with that insight check and what we've seen, or maybe I need to make a different kind of check. They seem just uniform, like whatever. I got.
I would say that
mom with a heart.
you
or, like-
basically you don't need anything. They look like they're wearing leather armor and traveling clothes. You can also tell like they are covered in dirt, like they've been walking for a while.
Oh, sure. More about the tattoos.
Oh,
If Caffrey could see them. Do they look like
there-
gang related or anything
there
like that?
is no rhyme or reason.
Okay, cool.
Anything that I can tell?
There is no rhyme or reason.
Cool.
Basically, like you'll see like what looks like a diamond at some point, and then you'll see like a dragon's head, and then you'll see like two daggers crossed, and they're all different styles, and they're obviously all done by different artists as well.
Cool.
So, friend,
Oh, you're big.
I've been told. What's your name? What are you doing out
Oh,
here?
I'm so sorry. My name is Freedom. Freedom.
Freedom.
Yeah, like the one
That's
word,
awesome.
freedom.
Cool.
I honestly have just been traveling for a bit. Just kind of seeing the world, seeing what it shows me. I'm currently trying to get enough money to go to Leiston. I heard that there were some ruins out in the woods, so I went looking for something. I didn't find anything, so I'm headed back to town. I heard that there was a farm that was looking for work, and so I was gonna head there, try to get some more money so that I can head over to Leiston. It's the next stop on the journey, you know?
They plucky.
What brings
Saying
you
that to
Leiston?
myself.
Next stop, honestly, I sailed into Fandival, used up all my money for the ship, and Leiston is kind of the next biggest stop on the road.
I was gonna say, considering the genre and how long Caffrey's lived in the area, as well as Nevase, would we know how close that town is?
It is a
Or heard of it?
3-day walk from,
Okay.
or yeah, 3 to 4 day walk from Fandival. It might be a little bit longer. I have to think of the math, but it's not like a day's travel or anything. It's
Sure.
it's a
Just a
decent amount of
general
time,
idea.
yeah.
Yeah.
And how much do you need for this?
Oh, I don't know. Honestly, kind of depends on who's taking me. I typically try to save up about 1.5 times what they're asking, so I can buy food and whatnot. It's been a while since I've actually been on a cart or walked or anything like that. So, and every town the prices are a little bit different. So, I honestly don't know. I should probably figure that out.
I'll reach in. Ooh. I'll reach into my little pocket and grab out 5 gold and give it to them for your travels.
I honestly cannot accept this. I'm.
Oh. Don't be silly.
How about this? I know that there is a tattoo artist in town. I've been talking to them a little bit. Why don't we split some of this gold, and we can go and get a tattoo together?
Caffrey yells out from the back of the. I am so down.
How many are there of you?
We're just reading books. No big deal. 2 of us. Bye.
Caffrey, give me a deception check.
Ooh.
Oh god, this is gonna be so much better than
23.
Yeah.
Oh.
They got
Natural 17.
a 7. So yeah, they're like, got any good books back there?
Actually. Why, you want one?
Oh, I'm just curious. You know, I try to pick up a book or two whenever I leave for travels and such to keep myself busy.
Fenric, why
Can I
don't
do
you
enough
show her the one
insight?
you're reading?
It's a pretty good read. Like,
Takes it, kind of looks at the book, looks at you, looks back at the book, looks at you. You know what?
it's amazing. It's amazing how much accurate detail they get about these real life
Okay,
events in these books.
okay. Hands the book back to you. I've read it, and you should. Okay.
It's quite the adventurer story.
Yeah, adventure. Yeah,
Adventure for sure.
adventure for sure.
We got more just like that right back here.
You know,
if you want.
I think I'm fine up here with I have not asked any of your names.
Fenric, and just boom, big hand juts out.
Yeah, shakes your hand, like gets like puts the other hand around it, and like really shakes really hard. Again, thank you for the money. I really appreciate it. You know what? You can come up with the tattoo idea, and then I'll just get whatever you pick.
Cool.
If I want to, can I insight check the asking for books part, or does my previous insight check more or less cover our interaction?
Like, what about asking for books?
That seems suspicious. We just picked up a lot of books, and
What was your insight check earlier?
it,
You know what? Roll again.
I was gonna say that's a really good question, actually. Well done, well done.
15.
15. They honestly look genuinely like interested. It doesn't look like they were expecting that you had books. It was more of like,
Gotcha.
oh, cool, books. I read books.
Okay. I am suspicious. I am going to keep a hand on that one pocket of mine that has some things in it.
100%. And they kind of look to Nevase and Burke and go, I mean, if you want, I can come up with names for you. I love to do that in towns. I love to come up with people's names.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I Burke is mine.
Okay. Points to Nevase.
And what kind of name do you give someone like me?
Oh, I love this.
Oh, I love this game.
Okay, I need one hint. Is it like a boring name or an exciting name?
Oh, it's an
So
exciting name.
subjective. terrible.
Exciting? Okay,
Boring.
Uh,
On the back.
Speed Guy. You seem like you, I don't know, it seems like you'd be fast.
You went with Speed Guy.
I don't, you put me on the spot. Typically I have more time to like watch what you're doing.
No, I love it. Speed Guy works.
Water Boy.
Can I call you Horns?
That's a great, I should remember that. And like pulls out a little like
Sure.
notebook and like pulls out like a piece of charcoal and just writes Horns on it. I like that. I'm concerned what people would call me after that, but you know, sometimes it's accurate.
We could explore that too. Well, I'll go back
Seems
to
like big guy in the
shuffling
back's
my
doing that.
cards. He does
What?
that a lot.
I don't get it.
Oh, you're
Caffrey
fine.
is going to send a message with the cantrip into
Mhm.
her copper wire, so it's nice and quiet, directly towards Burke,
Okay.
and just be like, "We're close to town. I think it's worth checking if he's disguising right now. Can you give him a little check?"
Disguising?
It's you
Yeah,
mean,
she's-
yeah.
Horns.
You know, I'm sitting from the back. I haven't seen anything. She sounds real hot, but I no questions. Sends another message to send that. Anyway, check. Lady She out. Caffrey out.
Can I make a perception, like to investigate, like?
Try to like see through an illusion.
Yeah.
I would do. I will give you, because you're this close, perception or investigation.
I'm sorry. I just keep picturing Molly Mock.
No, 100%.
All I
Well,
got.
okay, and then the other thing is I am trying to do an Irish accent, which is also Molly. So like,
It's spot on. I love it. Don't stop. It's
Oh, it's amazing.
so good.
I got a 12.
a 12. Okay, I will ask you a question. How kind of, maybe not obvious, but like, how far do you want to go to see if it's a illusion or not?
Nothing too far. It's more of a glance. I was just looking. I wasn't gonna like touch or
Make it
anything.
obvious.
Okay. Then to your knowledge, they seem non-illusioned.
Fair enough.
Non-illusioned. I love it.
So what brings you out here, Freedom?
Oh, I love her.
Wait, there's an
Wow.
image?
Yeah,
This isn't
yeah,
exactly
there's
it,
an image.
but that's the vibes.
Works for
The vibes.
me.
Look at that top. I gotta go.
That's not the top they're wearing.
I can't see it.
Now it is.
It's on stream, Poco.
You don't, Arya, I will say this, you don't know what's under their leather armor.
Holy cat, she is Bala.
What was the
And
question?
she doesn't have any cloak or anything over her?
So she has that like purple cloak, like traveling cloak that she has, like
Okay.
yeah.
She is great.
To Burke, she goes, like I said, just trying to get to Fandival, and then now I have some money, so I'll see how much this can buy me, and then off to Leiston. The plan after that is to go to Frita, and then after that, I honestly don't know where the hell I'm going.
Fair enough. I think it's important to know where someone comes from, but you know.
Oh,
So-
where I'm from. I was a gift. But my parents didn't really like the gift they got. So kind of gave me up.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Sing it, sister.
I also have daddy issues.
Oh, there's another one back there.
Ah, here.
Arya, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Aria. Just gonna throw up a peace sign.
Hi, I'm Freedom. Throws up a peace sign.
Cute.
You got any more people hiding back there?
Yeah. It just, I don't. This is unusual. I don't want to.
Like Burke said, I know you have the body back there, so like not that concerned.
Maybe the body's talking.
I'm a little nervous why you aren't.
Listen, sometimes the people you have to hitch a ride with sometimes have just killed somebody, and if you ask too many questions, you can become the next body.
Oh, yeah, sure. Read that book, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Blasphemy.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
It's a good read. So do you guys have any other questions for Freedom?
Where are you headed to in Fandival? Like in particular, where can we drop you off as we're heading?
Oh,
into
just if you want to get rid of me that easily, you can just drop me off at the front gate.
Oh no, not at all. I don't mind.
Nowhere really in particular. Probably going down to the dock, seeing if anybody needs help down there. And then worst case scenario, I know that there was a farmer who needed help out somewhere, so I was gonna go help them if nothing else panned out.
To make some
Money. Yeah. Make some money.
Okay. Looks over at the people within the caravan, raising her eyebrows, just like, huh?
What? What's this mean? What are you doing with your eyes, Caffrey? I don't know.
I was gonna say Burke's up front, though Burke wouldn't have seen that necessarily.
Bert
Oh,
can
fair
feel
enough.
it.
Burke can feel it. Absolutely. Burke's like, I know what you're getting at. Well, I mean, hey, we talked about making a little bit more money. I mean, we'll definitely do some of that with all these books and stuff, and there's certainly some things that we can trade, but I mean, if anybody doesn't have any pressing plans, maybe we can make a little extra on the side. You know?
Doing what?
I don't know, whatever this job is that Super Fancy Horns is presenting.
Are you saying this out loud?
Absolutely. To the entire
Uh,
everyone.
Freedom would go, I mean, it's like milk and cows. It's not anything fancy.
Oh, leather bitch. All right.
I love the docks. Whatever you've got going on there, I'm down to try as well. It's kind of where we're headed.
Oh, okay. I might stick with you guys for a bit. You guys seem like a very interesting lot.
I'm just gonna.
I'm gonna insight check that statement. Like, why, if I can?
Yeah.
Does it seem like she's really interested in what we're trying to do, or she
Sure.
just
Give
wants to fill up
me
her
give me an
time?
insight
She
check.
already said she wanted to go somewhere else, so this is weird. Guidance. Thank God for guidance. Hold on. Ooh, it's a 4. Okay, 15. Inside check. Is not proficient. Half of my proficiency for Jack of all trades, so that would make it 16.
It seems you can't get a definitive of what they meant by that. You would guess probably that you're all various species who are all in a caravan together with a dead body in the back. Pretty interesting.
Title of my sitcom.
Okay. So, so more about the
More of
excitement of
sticking
being-
around because you guys are exciting and interesting.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, I'd love to hear more about this gift that you are.
I mean, just like any other gift, had a human mom, dwarf dad. Mom was, from what I've been told, something happened when she was born. She couldn't have any more kids. She couldn't have any kids ever. But they wanted one, and I showed up. Mom didn't really like motioning to like the horns and the red skin. So they tried to keep me for a bit, probably a good 5 years, I think, and then kind of just left me.
Been on your own since you were 5?
Not exactly on my own. We I think there was an orphanage at one point, a temple. I think that one was a little foggy. I'd say probably since I was 13.
Okay. At that statement, Caffrey's going to take a long, hard look at her and see if she recognizes her.
Give me a straight intelligence check.
Can I also check, but more of a, do I know of anything that might look like them that is born as a gift?
I mean, you would know some tieflings are gifts.
Gotcha.
That's how some of them are. I would say probably half of them are born as gifts. The other half
Okay.
are two tieflings, or a tiefling and some other species that have a kid.
Gotcha.
That's a dirty 20. Just based off of Caffrey's background, would she have run into her at any point?
Let's see. I'm rolling a percentile. I will say 75 and above. You have. Nope.
Okay. I continue helping Nadora with the books as we head to town.
So you guys have to bed down for the night. As you guys are like getting everything ready, Freedom offers to help out, and then if is not taken up on that, we'll just pull out their lute and just play some music.
I'm gonna want to make sure, like Burke, whether or not Freedom wants to take watch, Burke's not gonna let her take watch by herself.
Oh, if you do not ask her to take watch, they're not gonna take watch. They're gonna get their full 8 hours of sleep.
Oh, sure.
Lit.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, as
Also,
camp is being set up,
their performance check, natural 20 plus like a 7, so like a 27 for performance.
all right, yeah,
Nice.
Caffrey cannot resist. She's gonna sit down after setting up what she needs to set up and start trying to play along.
Yeah.
On her ukulele
too.
and just start jamming out.
Okay,
I also have a flute.
Caffrey then Caffrey and Arya give me performance checks.
Guidance, because I'm a little intimidated right now based off that 27 playing. That would be a 24 with my guidance.
Ooh, wow.
19.
Okay.
Oh shit, we're jamming.
Yeah, you guys are full on jamming as Caffrey's playing on the ukulele, Freedom's playing on the lute, and Arya, you're playing the flute. Honestly, sounds amazing. You guys are just vibing off of each other, picking up where you kind of feel each other have weaknesses and really accentuate each other's strengths. Yeah. Like Nevace, Burke, Fenric, and Nadora, like this is music like you've never heard before. Burke, you've probably heard it maybe like once in your travels. Nevace, also you probably have heard it like once. Fenric, this is something spectacular.
Wow.
Cute.
Cool.
Also, is there drinking involved this night? Freedom will pull out a flask and offer it to anybody who wants a drink.
Caffrey
Full of
does
steam.
not take it, but she does pull out her personal stash of a couple of wine bottles.
Yeah.
I think she's down to 4 after that.
Okay.
For people to indulge in if they want to.
Careful, that wine tastes a little fishy.
Would not believe the shit she can fit in that bag.
It doesn't spread to other things, guys.
Trout,
I can
pout,
put a dead
trout,
body
pout,
in there,
trout, pout,
and it
trout,
still
pout,
wouldn't taste
trout,
like
pout.
trout. She keeps playing. Eyeing Arya like, I like you, but I don't like you right now.
Fenric will take one swig just to try it.
Okay. From Freedom's flask or from the wine?
From Freedom's flask.
Really high quality whiskey.
Well, can I Can I ask for another swig and
Sure.
then just hold it in my mouth, and then cast Produce Flame in my hand and away from the group, spit it.
Sure. Give me a straight dexterity check to see if you burn yourself.
Ah, that's really cool though.
It is really cool, but you're also playing with fire.
5.
That was
Oh,
just
no.
just enough.
Oh, you're good.
You
Wow,
you
that's
do it, and you like at the very end you go to breathe in, and then you like pause for a second so the flame isn't right near your face as you go to breathe in. Yeah,
Little
You're
patch
good.
from like the
Yeah,
chin.
yeah,
hair
just
missing.
a little bit of burnt like singes. You just
That smells like burning over here. What is that?
That shit's
Burnt
fire.
hair. A little bit of hair.
shit's fire.
Oh god.
Freedom pulls out a bedroll that they have like in their pack, kind of lays it down on the ground. And anybody else want to do anything else during this night? Also do I will say you can do if you're worried about freedom, you can do watches if you want to.
I was gonna say if Berg takes the first watch and somebody else takes the second watch, Caffrey would be rested to take the rest of the watch.
I'm down.
I can take second watch.
No,
I
I
can
wanna-
watch with Caffrey because we have the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Fenny wants to stay up a little bit and look at some shit.
Okay.
I'm sure we still stay up pretty late after all.
Oh,
that
yeah.
and just keep playing.
Oh,
and shit.
like freedom 100% is just like we'll stay up as long as everybody else stays up because they want to have a good time.
Freedom's hot.
I know she's such a ruby of the sea.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Who's go ahead.
I was gonna say, can Arya in her head be like a Psst, Demon Daddy?
What?
She's laying on her back, looking up at the foliage and the stars. How we doing with this family thing? Remember that talk we had about the family? How we doing?
Oh gosh, I was not prepared for this conversation today. You see, as you're like looking up at the stars, you see almost like Doctor Strange style, a portal open up, and you see Morzan kind of put their elbows on the edge of the portal and like kind of has to like angle their head so their big horns can come out of the portal. You see their wings behind them a little bit, and then you see just like a nightmarish hellscape behind them as they're like, they're getting really close. How about this? You can tell one of them the whole story, but they will not be able to tell anybody else. If they try to, I will pay a visit.
You're always so fun. Also, where are you? That is some.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah, I thought I'd give it a whirl.
Maybe some other time you could, I mean, there's always more time that I could take if you want your answers.
You sleep on that, you sneaky sneak. Okay, thank you. Have a
Okay,
good night.
bye. Kind of puts their head back through the portal and then it closes up.
Fucking Mufasa in the sky. Like,
Hey, Caffrey,
Yeah.
give me a perception check real quick.
Okay. My perception is terrible, so it's good I got that roll. That will be an 18.
Ooh, that's exactly what you needed. You don't see the portal, but you see this like God, I can't think of an accurate description of it. But basically a tiefling, but if all of the demonic parts were like tenfold. So like the horns are just like jagged and like going in weird directions, and they're like super long. The face is like extended a little bit and all very pointy, and you see this head kind of peek through this invisible portal. And you see, like, looking down at Arya, and then its head kind of goes back into the portal.
So I'm looking at Demon Daddy, is what you're telling me?
You just see Demon Daddy's head.
Oh, shit. You know what? For a disguised self, that's enough.
And then I'm going to actually see if Freedom sees it.
Fun.
Freedom does not.
What? Caffrey's. Oh, Caffrey. Freedom's not sleeping?
Freedom was staying up as long as you guys were staying up. And since you and Arya are the first ones
okay.
taking watch,
Yeah.
is going to stay up with you. They're not keeping watch. Like, she's like kicking around the fire and like
Okay.
drinking.
Okay. Caffrey doesn't say anything.
Okay. Do you guys also both want to give me perception checks for your watch? Or one of you can take it with advantage.
I will
I think-
get. What?
What's your? I think yours is probably higher than mine.
You might be mistaken.
Oh, what is it?
Well, then again, I do have superior dark vision,
Yeah.
so I can see further in the dark.
Yeah.
All right. So she would give me advantage?
Yeah.
Okay. Advantage, thank God.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, 15 is a lot better than a 3.
Oh,
Okay, so that will be a 17 total.
Okay. During the night, you do not notice anything strange. But right before both of you are about to go to bed, Freedom kind of like walks over a little bit to both of you, kind of puts an arm around both your shoulders and goes, "Now, who am I staying with tonight?"
Insight check for intentions.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Doesn't even have to do that. She's straight up just like, not me, thank you. Okay, bye.
I was gonna say, like, Caffrey's a little blown away. But for insight, thank God, I have +0, so a natural 16. Does she mean like the dirty, or she wants to share sleeping bags?
Let's see. Share sleeping bags.
Does she look like a tiny person who might get cold really easily? Like Caffrey needs to do this, or
I mean, she
has her own
is.
cot and shit, right?
She has her own sleeping bag. They're also a tiefling, which I think Caffrey would know enough of just about where you're from. They produce heat,
Okay.
so like they definitely don't need to. They are like drunk, so
Okay. And Arya ran away right away.
Yeah,
Okay.
she just got up and said, "No, no, thank you."
As Arya walks away, she turns back and is just like, I will put my sleeping bag next to yours. I would love to go back to back so we can share that wonderful heat.
that sounds like a great time. And kind of like goes very slowly over to their sleeping bag, crawls inside, and immediately falls asleep.
Caffrey sighs a big relief sigh. And it wasn't something more serious, but still seems slightly content to set up her sleeping bag next to her and just feel that warmth.
Yeah, you feel it's
behind her
almost
with a little bit of comfort and
Yeah.
familiarity.
so like just like it's normal human body heat, but just like if you had been wrapped up in like a couple of blankets during the winter, whenever you first get that like good warm body heat that's all been contained, it's like that but all the time.
If Caffrey I'm assuming because they were jamming out so hard, if Caffrey had a couple drinks, and while they're laying there, and I'm assuming nobody's looking at this point, but there's probably a tear
Other
or
than who's-
two,
Even Daddy is looking.
a tear or two that falls from Caffrey's eyes while
Mhm.
she's back to back
Yeah.
with
Okay,
Are
I'm not
yeah.
asleep yet. Can
Yeah.
I? Do I see this?
give me
I'm
a
assuming it's away from the fire.
give me
so
a
I'm laying in
perception
dark.
check with disadvantage because yes, it is. Yes, you have dark vision, but with all the circumstances, I'd say disadvantage.
Oh, that was a good one. $13?
No, you are not able to see anything.
Son of a bitch. My first roll was a 19.
Is anyone
Damn.
going to wake up the next people for watch?
Oh yeah, we totally do that
Yeah.
before.
At what point are we doing that?
Actually, it'd probably be just before that when everybody starts laying down. So,
Uh,
I guess
so
you would be
also-
awake.
It's Neves and Fenric who are up for second watch, or no? Who's
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it was Nevasis,
Sure.
but I don't know who it was.
I got. Fenny's gonna be up for second watch.
okay? So also with Neves and Fenric, what are your passive perceptions again?
18.
Yeah.
Good.
Neves, yours is stupid high, right?
21.
Yeah. You both, as you're kind of getting up and moving, you don't notice Caffrey crying, but you notice like wet marks down Caffrey's cheeks.
Who hurt you?
And then Neves and Fenric, if you both want to make perception checks for your watch.
I'm gonna guide myself. Cast guidance.
Is guidance the added 4?
The added D4, yeah.
A D4 cantrip.
Does help only work during combat?
Help is you can elect to give one person advantage. So whenever I ask if both of you want to make a perception or if you want to give advantage to one person, that's the help action.
I shall help.
Okay.
Perfect. So I got an advantage.
Yep.
Sweet.
Oh yeah, that's really good. The first one was a 2. The
Mhm.
second one was a 12 plus 4 plus 8, so 24.
Right.
Okay. So you notice that Freedom snores a little bit in their sleep.
Nice.
And I think that's all you would really notice. Not really much else happens that night.
I will
Fenric
make idle
kinda-
chit chat with Fenric.
Fenner pulls a piece of obsidian out of his pocket and just kind of rubs it.
Okay.
And then puts it back in. Yeah.
Nothing?
That's it.
Okay. All right. And then
Just-
do you guys wake up Burke and Nidora?
You.
Nidora's going to give you advantage, Burke, because I'm not going to
Oh,
roll.
I was gonna because I suck at perception.
I would too, but I'm not Nidora.
21. It was
Hey!
a 2 and a natural 18, so it worked out okay.
Nice.
I think at this point any tears would have dried, so you don't get to see that Caffrey was crying. But yeah, not really much happens during your watch. You get to see the sunrise on Portalis. Is there anything you want to do during your watch? Is there anything you want to talk to Nidora about?
No, it'd be a fairly quiet watch. Just kind of looking over everyone. And yeah, just
Okay. So then after that watch, you all awake.
Ye-
And then you guys can start heading into town. Freedom is going to stay with you. And basically we'll go wherever you tell them to go. If you want them in the back, they'll be in the back. If you want them up front, they'll be up front.
We can throw them in the back. Just put
I-
them
I
right in the
don't-
back.
I mean, next to the body. Is she okay with that?
And all the books. Let's keep them in the front.
Yeah, away from all your expensive books.
Yeah.
Okay, and then
Honestly,
if
it's just
there's honestly not enough time for you guys to even spot anything on the way in. It's like an hour ride.
cool.
And you guys make it back into Fandival.
Perfect.
Is there a way we can take a quick 3-minute break unless we're planning on ending here?
We can definitely keep going. I'm down for that.
I'm down to keep going.
I'm down to keep going.
Okay.
I'm down
Cool.
to do it.
Need
But
Okay.
a
Yeah,
break would
let's
be-
do like a 5-minute break. Yeah.
That sounds great.
Cool. I'm gonna get a
Perfect.
snack.
All right.
Yeah.
yeah.
BRB bitches.
Yeah.
Okay, can chat hear me again? Okay, how about now? I think I had everything messed up.
She got it.
Okay,
I have
cool.
a note from a couple sessions back that says Nadora and Krista should kiss XO with a heart next to it.
Oh, I love that. Oh, I did write down some blushing.
I have that the horses / buggy were 150, but I didn't write down anything else.
Okay, then I think it was, let's say it was 50 back.
Yeah. Wait. Should we drop off the body somewhere before returning the horses?
A good point.
Quick recap. Who's this body?
This
This is
body
the
is
one
the
with,
person that you found in the basement of the wizard's workshop. It is the wizard from the wizard's workshop.
Oh, well, if they wanted us to investigate this area, maybe we can get a little bonus from bringing that back too. I mean, he's part of it, right? Looking at Nadora, right?
we gotta bring
I
them.
really don't feel comfortable selling a dead body.
No, but selling.
So you only sell
basically
alive
selling.
bodies?
I don't feel comfortable selling bodies at all.
Well,
But
shit, maybe we should just bury him then.
I mean,
Pre-
I thought that's what we were doing, was we were bringing them back to get them properly buried.
Well, we could have buried him right outside his house. I think it would have been more comfortable.
Oh,
We
I
gotta
thought-
have a
well, I
talk.
thought
You
we were
think I
bringing them-
got some shit going on, but you,
I thought we were bringing them back to try to revive them if possible.
If possible, yeah, I would love to do that. Be a great source of
Krista?
information, but
Oh, okay. So
I feel
mean,
like
we
if
can
anyone,
dash in. Go ahead, Arya.
I feel like if anyone wouldn't be like super weirded out by it, it'd probably be Krista, because like we could be like
Does
TLDR.
has the information about the Archmage's Bane been made public to the rest of the group that they're part of the Biana sector? Knowing that basically
I
Krista works
would
in
say
the...
probably yes.
Okay.
I think it was Nadora who knew the most about it.
Yeah.
Nadora would have told you that the temples of Biana have like labeled them as like a cult, essentially.
Okay, cool.
Like they've disowned them.
Perfect.
Bummer.
Yeah, that works. We could like
I mean, we have a book on it.
Is
I
there
read
a
this.
do I know of a temple to Mjolnir in Fandival?
Yes, there would be one. It's not as big as the Library of Biana, but there would be like a small temple to Mjolnir there. You've probably been to it a couple of times. There's like 2 people who run it. It's really small.
All right. Well, where do we bring this body, Nadora? Do we bring it to your temple or mine? I assume with yours, you probably got a little more.
Well, it's not mine. There's not a. Wow.
I'm sorry. What I meant was the god. that
Oh,
you said-
to Biana's. I mean, honestly, either one. As long as we keep these devices with, I think that they would be fine. I'm honestly, I want to get this person back, but I'm more concerned about these books for right now.
Okay.
Burke, you're capable, and I trust you with this.
Okay. Well, I'll take the body to my temple then, and you can take the books to your library, and we'll see if we can get some things working.
Okay. You guys could swing by the Temple of Biana and drop off the books, and then could take the cart to the Temple of Mjolnir, and then drop the cart off.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, we could do it that way too. That makes more sense.
All the books?
No.
I mean, we can whatever books we want.
I think we should. Hold on.
I mean, Neves, we could stash some of the books at your boat.
That's a stellar idea. But also, I don't have a boat. Winking, gesturing.
What?
But-
We slipped on it.
I was gonna say, Caffrey takes a look around, like, does Neves thinks people are watching us or something?
And then
it
you
Freedom with
look
us?
and Freedom is sitting right next to Neves and it's going,
Oh, sure.
I mean,
Nah, Henrik, that was not his boat at night. That was the other guy's.
That was someone else's boat.
You know?
Anyways.
I don't know. This city's very new to me.
Freedom goes, I mean, there's a lot of boats here. Easy to get confused.
Yeah, I don't do a whole lot of sailing.
Also, if I'm making this uncomfortable, I can get off here.
No,
If
we
you,
love
if you
having-
guys have stuff you need to talk about, I can go.
Nah, it's fine. It's just that we don't trust you. It's
I mean, that's legit. That's fair. 100%. I get you. You know. Anyway, and
it'll
then
just take some time.
Anyway.
After that, you know.
Freedom kind of like gets their bag and hops off. And goes, if I ever see you around again, I'll be sure to let you know.
Wait, I thought you were gonna
get some
come
stories.
with us. See,
Uh,
Balin?
Yes, I am.
What's up?
Okay,
The
like
energy
insight check. Does it look like she's gonna
the energy
report or
feels hostile.
Oh, what?
Don't go to the catacombs.
She's upset?
Did she say it out loud?
Yeah.
Caffrey, what did I tell you? Oh wait, no, I've never said it out loud. Can you stop being so rude to people?
I'm just trying to be honest. I thought she would appreciate it.
No,
It's
and I
right.
appreciate the honesty. I feel like I'm making things complicated.
No. I'm just saying it'll be built up over time. It's just,
Caffrey doesn't like anyone. It's fine.
How
I mean, I think I make things complicated all the time.
how about
He
this?
does. He really does.
I
That's true.
I will walk beside you. I'll walk behind you at a reasonable distance so I can't hear what you're saying, but I'll like tag along.
All right.
I don't know.
Do we know where we're going?
Seems almost weirder.
We're going to bury the body.
We're not going. No, we're not burying it. We're giving it to Krista. Or are
The
we
body?
burying?
I thought we were bringing the body to a temple.
I thought we were bringing the books to a boat.
Maybe one thing at a time.
Is this the Krusty Krab?
No, this is
Body-
Patrick.
So, I would like to look through the books.
Okay, books on boat.
Books on boat. Freedom, you're in now. I'm tired of the hostility. Because you raise a good point. Ooh, what do you know about the war?
Like the recent one?
Burke laughs, very obviously laughs, like scoffs.
Chosen, which one am I referring to?
I don't know. Which one
Which-
are you referring
The
to?
war from 20 years ago.
What are our books about?
So your books are about the War of the Gods, which
That
is
war.
the one that happened like 2,000 years ago.
That war.
I mean, I know that the gods of light banished the gods of corruption, and that we should be thankful to them because now we can live in a world without gods of corruption, I guess. Listen, I'm not really the bookish type.
That's fair.
Or,
I,
sorry, not bookish type. The learned type. I like more of the things that the tall guy was reading. More my speed.
Ugh, I hate.
Wait, this
What the
isn't
tall guy
true
was reading.
history?
You know what? I'm sure it's history somewhere, but it's history somewhere.
History sounds like a good place for
That's
it.
more historical fiction. I like,
okay.
you know, what would be fantasy history or fiction? Sure.
There's this weird place called the future.
TikTok exists.
They got these like horses that don't need horses and they can just move. Weird.
Wild.
I know. So that's my speed.
Very
Sounds
interesting.
good.
Fanfic.
Well, we have some new books that I'm hoping to go through. And my friend has a boat. I vote we go check it out.
Sure.
Sweet.
Okay, but the body.
I don't know. Burke's in charge of the body.
I mean, you are technically a holy man.
Well, sure. I myself don't have the capabilities to revive someone, but one of the clerics at my temple might.
I
And I
mean,
was
do
going to
we
suggest either we bring the body there or to Nidora's temple, based on what kind of spell availability there is.
Again, I want to say not my temple, Beyondness temple, but
Yeah,
doing great.
Nidora's goddess's temple. I apologize to them for that.
Okay, fine. We can get rid of the dead body.
You guys can also like not go together. You can separate.
Oh, yeah.
I go,
trying to kill us?
hey, Burke, I'll come with you with the body.
All right, that sounds good.
What, you just gonna bury it?
No, we're bringing it to Crystal.
No, we're taking him to a temple first.
Caffrey slowly starts to nod and is like, recognizes people are around, like, oh, big wink. Gonna bury it. Good thinking, guys. And just does a little.
You know, you're not as inconspicuous or sly as you think you are. If that wasn't obvious, our conversation definitely wasn't.
Caffrey looks around like she just blew the whole thing. Like, what?
Why Arya hates Caffrey so much all the time. It's what
She's pretty annoying.
it's fair.
You're like, I can read all these books.
Cool.
By that, I can read the
Both
covers of the
opinions.
books.
Does your
Wait.
Tusk Love one have some like imagery?
Hated you.
Are there pictures?
Well, there's one right on the front.
I know.
So one on the back.
Any on the back? What are the inside?
That under not my type. Let's go.
Anyway,
Okay, so I'll go this way with Burke,
I'll go that way to
with
books.
Nevaeus.
Yeah.
Freedom,
Um.
dead body books.
Sure.
Okay, we're gonna go this way. You do you. Or if you want to get a really good cup of coffee, there's a place in town.
Oh, actually, that sounds great. I'll go and do that.
Okay, what's it called? Ooh.
The Blonde Cup Chemist.
Yeah, I suggest getting the special.
I got the good one.
Yeah, get the
Yeah.
good one.
Sounds good. I'll do that.
Amazing. And tell us about it afterwards. I want to know.
Okay.
Made me fly.
She disappears into a void.
Nothing happened.
We
from
never
mine.
see this NPC ever again.
She's just gone. She goes and gets this cup of coffee, and she's gone.
Her soul's now in the Nine Hells.
The
Oh,
last
no.
thing she sees is like a Reaper coming after her.
Yeah.
Oh,
And all she's got on her mind is the person who sent me for this fucking cup of coffee.
As she takes off, Caffrey's just like, I'm gonna go take care of some stuff. Just like pieces out into the alley.
Mhm.
And she is going to disguise herself into a common looking person from Fandibal. Somebody she would be
Yep. Inconspicuous.
yeah, absolutely. Come out, and if she has to, jump around some roofs or something, but she's gonna follow this freedom chick for a little bit. Just see.
Okay.
It's just not good timing for Caffrey. Caffrey's so suspicious right now, so she just wants to follow her for a little bit and see if she can.
Give me a
Ask
stealth.
him
Give me a
stuff.
stealth check with advantage.
Cool.
And then Nadora will go with Neves and Fenrir to stay with the books.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
As I go, I say, "I'll meet you at the book place." Stealth check.
Yep, with advantage.
That is a dirty 20.
Okay. You feel pretty well hidden as you kind of are tracking Freedom. I will loop back to you.
Oh,
So let's do Arya and Burke. You guys are headed to which temple?
Yana.
Temple of Mjolnir.
you can't make
Well,
this up. You can't make
Here's, so here's my justification. Since I don't have Nadora here, it's a little easier for me to explain to the priest of my sect of, that we need some help here. I figure.
That's fair, but we've already met Krista.
Oh yeah, and she knows what to
Also,
expect.
just
I'm not
in case you don't remember, Biana is not Nadora's god.
Mhm.
So Biana is Krista's god.
And is
Krista
Krista at the
is-
library?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not the temple.
Yes, that's the same thing.
Mhm. Biana is knowledge and such.
Biana is the goddess of knowledge, thus her temple is also a library.
I understand.
Nadora's goddess is Amara.
The moon goddess.
You got it.
Fertility.
So I don't even know honestly if Krista has the capabilities to resurrect. That's why I suggested we just go to the.
Are we acting right now? I thought we were just keeping them somewhere and then circling back.
Circling back. How so?
When
other
Echo is here.
people are
Yeah.
available.
Oh, right. I got you. Yeah.
unless you want to perform a resurrection. I mean, I've never done one.
Oh
But-
no, I would be asking for a priest's help, hence the temple question and getting the body to a temple.
So the library. You know what? I'll follow you wherever you'd like to go.
I know.
There's talking smack about Tipper.
Honestly, that's fair. I'm being a real dick
She
right now.
is being such okay. Back in. Hey guys.
So, which temple are you headed to?
The God of Thunders.
Yeah, let's go to Mjolnir's temple and see if any of the priests there can help us.
Na,
Okay.
na, na, na.
So you head to Mjolnir's temple. I'm gonna pull up a name generator. It is a almost like a longhouse looking temple, one floor, with like a fire pit in the middle, and some tables kind of around it. Honestly, more of it looks more like a tavern than it does, or not a tavern, like a place where you just go to sit
Meeting
down.
hall.
Yeah,
a meat wall.
yeah, than any sort of temple. But you do see the symbol of Mjolnir is in one of the walls. And you see two people walking around. You see you've met them before, so you would know their names. Oh god. So one of them is a dwarf named Toradek. I gotta make notes. Or else I'm gonna forget this stuff. And then the other is a human. And and their name is Steel.
That's fun.
Right. Steel, Tordek. Ayo.
Hey, Burke. Nice to see you. How you doing?
Don't lose your accent.
Oh, nice to see you too. I'm just got a little bit of a problem here. My party and I kind of nod over to Arya and a few of our companions. We went out adventuring and we found a body a dead body, but it's been kept close to death for a reason, and we want to see what we can do to possibly bring this person back.
Yeah. Bring their body over and I'll take a look at it as Tordek kind of rolls up his like robe sleeves essentially, and you see like just these huge dwarf muscles all along their arm. Their forearms in particular are like extra toned. You know that he used to be a blacksmith before he found Mjolnir, so like his forearms are extremely strong. As he goes and just picks up the body himself and kind of just like waddles over to one of the tables and sets the body down. Let's see. I'm gonna do a nature or a medicine check. Advantage. That's stupid high. Kind of like taking a look over, goes, oh, well, this body is remarkably preserved.
We found it with some gentle repose spells, or I think that's what our cleric told us it was, that it was being cast on the body.
Gestures to the thermite grenade.
Looks to be, honestly, maybe just a couple seconds after they were killed. I mean, you caught it in time for just a revivify. You don't even need a resurrection. This is I mean, it's still gonna cost a decent amount.
Sure.
But
I'm gonna have to talk to the party and see about getting some of those funds together, because I know those materials aren't.
yeah. Let's see. Since it's you, I mean, we have the diamond. I'll tell you that we have a diamond worth as much as you need here. But we will need some of the gold to refund it. So looking at 200 gold.
All right, I've got a fraction of that right now. But what I'm gonna do is I would like to talk to the rest of my party and see.
Oh yeah.
If I can gather
I also know gentle repose, so if for some reason these devices stop working, I'm here and I can keep casting it on it. We
I
also,
appreciate that.
yeah, absolutely, no problem.
All right, Arya, you ready to head out? Let's go see if.
Yeah.
We'll leave them with the body. I are you okay leaving it here? We got to return this cart, and it's a whole thing, and I don't want to bring in a body to a cart returner person.
No, Burke, you're absolutely fine. You do not need to worry about it. We got it.
Perfect. All right. Well, I'm gonna take this cart back. Arya, you coming, or you gonna head to
Yep.
the coffee shop?
Oh, I'll come with you.
Okay. Now we'll cut to Caffrey, who's been following Freedom. So, Freedom talks to a couple of people trying to figure out where this coffee shop is, having only been given the name of the coffee shop. Eventually finds it. Caffrey, give me a perception check real quick.
Okay. Okay, quick question.
Yep.
Considering guidance doesn't last very long,
Mm-hmm.
would Caffrey be able to cast guidance on herself for this kind of check? Or
No.
Okay,
No,
just-
because of specifically what this perception check is looking at.
Yes, she just gave her dice a pep talk.
Perception.
Mhm.
Okay, 16.
Okay. I know that whenever the coffee shop was first went to, Caffrey was not with. Did the party point out the coffee shop to Caffrey? Would be my big question.
I don't think so, because we all met back up at the Frozen Owl.
Yeah, I
was
don't think we
gonna
would
say,
have.
Caffrey's only goal was to follow
Yeah, no, I know.
Freedom. Okay, cool.
I don't think we would have.
No.
Would you guys have described what it looked like to Caffrey? This is also, you guys don't, this isn't necessarily did you guys, it's would you have. Because like little chit chat as you guys are walking and stuff like that, I'm not gonna.
I imagine as we're describing the coffee shop to
Yeah,
Warren,
we would have
Freedom,
said what the sign looks like.
specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Caffrey, this, from the description you have been told, this does not look like the same coffee shop, but it is named the Blonde Cup Chemist. But like some of the like coffee dispensers that they had inside that like gave these wild coffee drinks are no longer there.
Interesting.
It looks like a normal coffee shop.
Does it look like a front?
I will say with your high perception check, it looks like some stuff has been recently painted over. It looks like, and like there's a sign that says reopening. So it looks like somebody has, like at the week you guys were gone, somebody had bought out the Blonde Cup Chemist. I will also say with Caffrey's intelligence, you would remember that Fargo owned the Blonde Cup Chemist. Fargo also went missing. So.
Mother bitch. Caffrey says to herself, like, feeling really guilty before for being a bitch to her. And it's like, nah, I knew it. In her head. As disguised as a, crotchety old man just walking down the street. Ugh. You said it was the blonde chemist, right?
The Blonde Cup Chemist.
Blonde cup chemist, got it. After a certain amount of time, if there's a window, if Freedom goes in,
Mhm.
she'll just like walk past it first. If she was too close, I mean, just trying to distinguish a good amount of time for this old person to enter and get their own cup of joe.
With the stealth check you had earlier, you could basically go in right behind Freedom. They did not. They are way more concerned about everything else that's going on in the world, not some old lady.
Okay. So then Caffrey will sit to where she can still order. with her old manness and but still be able to hear
Yeah.
Freedom if they're talking?
Basically what happens is Freedom goes in and says that they want the special coffee. And the person up front who's this like little halfling woman goes, "Oh yeah, so we were recently bought out. Some of the more magical coffee that we had, our supplier isn't able to provide us anymore. We do have a new supplier though. It's called Mungastian Coffee. And so we do have a little bit of that's our new special thing. It's all organic from this island off Fandival. We can provide you with some of that, but we unfortunately don't have any of that magic coffee anymore." And Freedom goes, "Yep, sounds great. I'll just have some of that." And so a cup of coffee is poured for Freedom. Freedom sits down and drinks some of it.
Blending in, Caffrey does the same with her persona and just orders a small cup of the regular. You
Okay.
know, just a long day of work.
That's 1 copper.
I give her 2 because she has such a sweet smile.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. And then pockets it, and then like Freedom's basically just like looking around, enjoying the coffee. Like some people come in and they have like this like fancy attire on. Freedom like goes up and asks where they're from. Do they need any work done? They say no. She says have a nice day. She goes back and sits down, has some more coffee.
Oh, fuck, I hope I'm not wasting my time. Okay, do I recognize or see anybody eyeing her in the coffee shop?
Give me a perception check.
Can I do guidance on this one? Since
Yes.
It's quick? Cool. I really hope I'm not wasting our time. It's 14.
14. You notice one person. It actually is somebody who comes out from the back. A seemingly half orc gentleman comes out, kind of like goes around, asks how everybody's drinks are. It seems to be some sort of like either the owner or a manager or something like that. And then
Caffrey immediately thinks of Tusk Love just for a second.
Goes up to Freedom and talks to them. Freedom talks about looking for a job, and they go, "Actually, if you're looking for a job, I recently procured this this coffee shop, and I'm actually looking for a new hire. If you're interested." And Freedom goes, "Oh, actually, yeah, I think I'll take you up on that. Sure. I can start tomorrow. I have some people who I traveled in with, and I just have to tell them that I'm not going to stay with them. But yeah, that's basically it." And then the half orc gentleman goes, "Awesome, great. Hold on 1 second. I have to look up a name real quick." Of course, I don't have.
Jared Caswick.
No. I have a specific name. That's why
Jason
no.
Derulo.
No. Jason Derulo.
But it's got like a bunch of apostrophes.
He goes, "My name's Domor."
Duelmore?
Domur, Domur. And she goes, awesome, great. Yeah, I'll come back in tomorrow. Is there any, and then basically they start talking about like benefits and like uniforms and stuff like that.
Caffrey's chugging her coffee right now about how much she feels like she's wasting her time.
And that's basically all that happens after she finishes her coffee and finishes talking. She kind of gets up and starts walking towards the docks.
Okay. Counting to 18, especially after paying earlier, Caffrey will do one
Which
last check.
The manager does come up, or the owner does come up and like asks you like, oh, how are you enjoying your coffee? Is there anything I can do for you?
It's fine. It's fine. Puts enough of a rocker in these joints to be able to keep moving throughout the day. Thank you, young man.
Of course,
and
of
just
course.
skirts out the door.
Okay. Sounds good. And now we'll go.
Eventually trying to follow Freedom.
Yeah.
But
Freedom is basically doing a straight shot to the docks, and then is trying to find the book boat.
did we tell? Okay,
No.
quick question.
No, we didn't.
GM,
No,
nobody said where the book boat was, right?
basically no. Like, but she's gonna assume it's on the docks. But that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then Freedom.
She's
will,
a trooper.
I'll follow Freedom just for a second. If she looks super stupid, still walking around, eventually she'll try and find Burke and Arya and be like, "God damn it! I wasted 2 spells on this shit." Fucking cursing herself.
She will basically. Let's see if Freedom can find any of them. Probably not. This is gonna have to be like an 18 or higher. That's a fucking 19.
No,
dang
it.
So she.
Nice work, Freedom.
There is one point in which like Nadora comes up for like a breath of fresh air or something, and Freedom clocks Nadora and then like goes over to the boat.
That friend you can't get rid of.
And then we'll cut to Nevace, Fenric, and Nadora as you guys are at Nevace's boat.
Cool. Can we look through the books?
Yeah. Also, Nevace, are you in your little like captain's quarter thingy?
I assume I probably would check on it when I got there. I probably would check and see if anyone's tampered with anything when I got back.
With your passive perception, nobody's tampered with it.
Cool.
I'm basically asking if I can describe what the inside of your boat looks like.
Oh, hell yeah. Go wild.
Okay, cool. I gotta pull up the session notes for it, but
I'm so excited.
Me too.
I'm sorry, guys. I really thought she was sus as fuck.
Okay, so as you kind of like enter into like the cabin of your ship, essentially, it's kind of like cluttered, but in like a somebody lives here sort of way. There are a couple of different things in here. There's a lot of like paintings. So one of them is like an island with a sunset. One of them is like a coral reef with hundreds of different fish with a bunch of different colors. One of them you see is like a stormy sea with the like outline of a large man made of lightning kind of in the clouds. You also see that there is one painting in particular that is of a tall, buff earth genasi where they're facing away, shirtless, and you can see all their back muscles with a great sword on the ground, and then a backpack with the adventuring gears kind of leaning up on it. You can see that the grass is swept up in the wind, and they're on top of a hill with a valley and a forest below them. You also see just other pieces of art and furniture, some sculptures of like sea animals, and then a bookshelf that has like a third full of books and a third full of like assorted knickknacks. And then Nevase, if there's anything else you want to add in particular to your cabin's core.
No, I love it.
Mhm.
Okay, so do we want to go through the books that I've given you so far and you want to know like what's in them, or do you want me to give you the big books?
Oh, I think I want the big books.
Yeah, I think I'm ready for big books.
Okay. So the first and these are all of the ones that you found in the like magic cabinet. One of them is An Account of the War Between the Gods by Tassar Baranin. This Nidora and with whenever you guys were all basically looking at stuff in the back of the cart, Nidora had figured out that this is the first edition of a book that has been like rewritten or reprinted essentially a couple of times. But this is a first edition. This is by the Champion of Biana. And this is like as soon as the war ended, the champion sat down and wrote a book. And this is the book that they wrote. And this is the book that they wrote. This is the first edition.
Cool.
The second one you find is called Characterizing All New Elfin and Dwarfin Species by Air Leora. This basically was written fairly soon after the Age of Civilization started. So during this point, before this point, it was just elves and dwarves. Those were the only, like, quote unquote humanoids that were on Portalis. After the Age of Civilization started, that's whenever you got tieflings, half orcs, genasi, drow started to appear, firbolgs appeared. That's when all of these new species just started appearing over Portalis. And this is basically going through each of these different species, what their physical characteristics are, do they have innate magic, all that kind of stuff. This is one of like 20 that have ever been written.
Ooh.
Extremely rare. Another book by Tassar Baranin, The Possibility of a Return of the Gods of Corruption. This is another book that they wrote, again, fairly soon after the War of the Gods ended. Kind of outlining that there have been reports that people have started worshipping the gods of corruption again, even though they've been completely banished. And basically, they are perusing on what could happen if enough people started worshipping them again. Could they come back? The next one is New Materials for Use in the Arcane. This essentially is, again, after the Age of Civilization started, arcane magic kind of just infused itself into Portalis. And so some new materials appeared. And so this is kind of outlining some of those materials, specifically those that can be used in the casting of arcane magic. The next is The Natural Evolution from Divine to Arcane by Throza Grunfire. This book essentially is describing how arcane magic is the natural evolution of divine magic. How you can take bits and pieces from divine magic, break them down into their base parts, and remake magic to do arcane magic, which is kind of the basis for most arcane magic. But this is fairly soon after the Age of Civilization started. So kind of a new thing that they were perusing on. The next one, the end of the Age of the Divine. Basically, they this one does not. It has an author. I don't have which author it was yet, but they're basically saying, is the introduction of arcane magic the end of the divine? Can arcane users gain enough power to take down the gods themselves and end the rule of the gods? And then the last one is categorizing new species of monstrous animals. This is all about the new monsters that appeared on Portalis once the Age of Civilization started. So, if someone killed a dragon, this was going through their anatomy and going basically, oh yeah, this is how they breathe fire. It has giants in it. It has basically most monsters are in this book, and it kind of just
The old monster manual.
basically yes. And those are all of the like big books.
Okay.
Which one was our front row center one?
I'm sorry.
Wasn't one in the middle of all of the other books?
Yeah, that was where
Wasn't that
was?
Consciousness and Enlightenment?
I was
Yeah.
gonna say the one that talks.
Yeah, Consciousness and Enlightenment,
Oh, right.
which
my bad.
Nadora still has.
Okay, so sorry. Thank you.
Yep. And then the other one that was in there was the spell book.
Right.
Oh, yes. That one has 2 pages, or two
Two
entries.
spells that take up 6
Yeah.
pages, I think.
2 entities taking
what?
up 10 pages.
10 pages, yep.
Can't understand them. They're very, very powerful.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
And one was a everything magic.
Which
was
was
the-
Consciousness and Enlightenment.
Yeah.
And then if there's anything else of all of the books that I put in Discord, that if you guys want like a little sneak of, or like a little synopsis of what that book is, let me know and I'll tell you about it. If you guys want to read deeper into those, like off stream, I can tell you the juicy bits.
Perfect.
Also,
I've got
some
all
of these are like arcane dissertations essentially. So like especially any of the ones that have that are like questions. So like the positives and negatives of moving from trade to payment. That's like a dissertation kind of like the are druids using Portalion or divine magic. That's kind of very much like almost like somebody is just perusing but put it on paper.
Gotcha.
Research articles.
I would like to skim
Hypotheses and theories.
our positives and negatives of moving to trade from trade to payment.
Hey,
and I
hey,
think
hey,
later I
Matthew.
will-
Hey, Matthew. Guess what?
Hey, what?
I put that book in there just for you. Every
Yeah,
single
I
every single
figured.
person in here has a book that's besides Caffrey and Adora. Every single person has a book in this list just for them. Caffrey, I figured you would love like 75% of them. So like,
Oh, you were spot on.
so like Burke, the one I have for you is analyzing the tactics and battles of the war between the gods. This is basically like going through the war and being like, yeah, this famous battle, this is why these people and these gods did this thing. A lot of it is Mjolnir and like his tactics that he used because he's basically
Alright.
the war god.
How Burke won
Um,
the war.
Arya, you have a couple in here. A Traveler's Guide to the Nine Hells. Where was the other one? New sources of magic channeling, arcane and divine.
Is Fenrix Portalis is changing what that means for you?
Fenrix are druids using Portalian magic or divine magic, and the druidic circles that make up Ulthon, and cities across Portalis, because you specifically asked for that one.
Yeah.
I would also like to read whirlpools. From
Oh.
splashes to whirlpools, but like eventually.
Yeah, did you notice I had from S thing to W thing, and then
I did
yeah,
notice.
notice.
yeah,
Oh, beautifully done.
and they're written by the same person.
Thanks.
Throzug Runefire.
Throzug.
They wrote 4 books.
Wait,
Wow.
did Throzug write any of the books we have now? Like the big seller books?
They wrote The Natural
so.
Evolution from Divine to Arcane.
Okay. Okay.
I was gonna say I know Caffrey's not there,
Mm-hmm.
but I know Nadora and Caffrey spoke about going through these books before they actually
Yeah.
set them free.
Nadora would have said that if you guys go to the Temple of Biana, they will provide you paper and ink, and you guys can either make notes or just straight up copy the books.
Okay, but I'm also assuming. Well, I'm not sure because you said the spell books were more about the basics of it, didn't necessarily have the actual spells. So
Correct.
even if it's copied, it should still give the same amount of information.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Just
Yeah.
making sure.
Basically, you can kind of think of it as they are textbooks. They are teaching you all of this knowledge. There's no actual application that they are teaching you.
The fundamentals of sorts.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got the used cheaper student copy, so it's a little.
A little beat up. No, these are actually all in very pristine condition.
Thanks, Magic Bookcase.
Magic Bookcase and Gentle Repose, because it was also being cast in all these books.
True.
Wow, somebody really thought this through. I wonder. Oh, I'm not there. Bye.
Did we think this through? Do we have the other thermite?
Fenric did test if you took a book out of its range and they don't fall apart. So
Right.
Yep. Test that with Tusk Glove.
yeah.
Thank God.
It would have been awful if that one would have burned.
Yeah.
What a
Wilted in
pity.
his hands.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've got an lay of our books. You've seen my ship.
Yeah,
It's a really pretty ship.
it is really pretty ship.
I agree.
Yeah, I feel like there's gonna be some books I want to like dive deeper into before we sell them
Mm-hmm.
or like give them into the into Biana.
And so, like, if you want to like time skip a bit, we can say that if you guys want to take notes or straight up just copy every single one of these books, that will take you time. But
Yeah.
we can like time skip if like, you guys want to do other stuff in like a week or two worth of free time, then you can 100% do that. Because I will say I don't think Nadora would be opposed to taking copies of everything. What you're doing with the actual books, I think Nadora would want a discussion about that, but
Yeah.
I'm just copying
Sure.
down all the information.
I think at the very least taking notes on some of them and then maybe copying down any of the ones that people want like more information on, I think makes sense.
Yeah, Fenric's big into knowledge and information, so
If
I
we
love
have
knowledge.
the time and I catch up with them, then Caffrey would definitely agree to take as many notes as we can.
Which also about you guys are basically done figuring out all of the intense books. You guys are going through some of the smaller books and being like, oh, look at this really cool thing. Whenever Nadora comes back into the boat with Freedom behind them.
Freedom.
freedom.
Oh, there's a lot of books.
Too much Mel Gibson.
Any
How'd it go? How was the coffee?
Doesn't it just elevate you?
I mean, it was just coffee. I mean, it was good coffee, but
Huh.
They
you-
didn't do
did
the
you get it from-
wand.
they did say the magic coffee's gone. They somebody came in and bought them out.
What?
Yeah.
Disgusting. Well, where on earth are we gonna get our coffee now?
I mean, they had oh shoot, what was it called? Mungastian coffee, I think.
Holmes?
Fucking weird.
Sorry?
The weirdest hell. Mungastian.
Well, isn't that different?
Interesting.
That's a fucking weird name.
Very weird.
No kidding. Did you talk to anyone there?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot to. I'm not gonna be joining you guys. I got a job offer at the coffee shop. Gonna work there for a bit. Hopefully save up some money. But if you stay in town for a while, big man, we can get that tattoo.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
But the owner asked if I'd like to work for him. Said I've got like a bright personality, great for working with very interesting people.
Well, he's dead on there.
Yeah.
Did he say where he was from, perchance?
I'm assuming the Mungastia or whatever, because said he owned it. They said that the coffee was from there. I'm assuming. I mean, he could also just be getting it out from somewhere. So, just a assumption there.
Weird.
Very weird.
We'll have to try it.
Yeah, that's okay. I've had better.
If you're to give it on like a scale of 1 to 11.
Like a solid at 7.
Okay. Well, good for you.
Just chilling now, friends.
Yeah.
We've gone through our books a little bit.
say
I'd like to go
maybe
for a walk.
Bert's still at the coffee shop. He's just waiting at the coffee shop with. I don't know if Arya's gone by this point.
I assumed I stayed with you.
Wait, you two stayed at the coffee shop?
Yeah, we were waiting for you guys. We said we'd meet at the coffee shop. Bert and Arya are just sitting waiting at the coffee shop.
Oh, I forgot about that detail.
Just
Yeah, me
sitting there
too.
twiddling our thumbs, not talking, just
So, thank you very much. Yeah, just how's the weather kind of conversation.
Okay, okay.
You want to
I'm
hear
not
a
gonna
story?
lie. I'm not
I
gonna
would
lie. I
love
kind of want
to.
to say this.
I would love to hear a story. What kind of story?
I don't got one.
All that lead up into nothing. Oh my
I
god.
know.
All right.
Well, I don't know. Tell me something about you.
I'm feeling 22.
Well,
So far, the only thing I know about you is that you keep that annoying girl around you for the God knows why. The most skeptical person I've ever met in my life. I'm sure she has good reason, but good lord. And that you are religious. And that's what I know about my friend Burke.
well, I'm a paladin. I have a sworn oath to redemption. And I'll just say that Caffrey traveling with me is her on her pathway to some
To redemption. Caffrey's redeeming herself. Fun.
to some degree. I think she feels guilty for something she shouldn't feel guilty for. But you know, who am I to say no to her company? It's wonderful.
Okay, maybe I'll stop being so hard on her. Cute. Aw. I cry.
It's she's had a rough go of things, and I myself I served in the war, and found my own way there during my time on the field. Uh, but yeah,
Thanks for sharing.
well, you asked, so I figure I share. You were, you know.
You know,
I know a little bit about you now, and I figure it's only fair that I tell you a little bit more about me. You know, I know
This
about
is fair.
Demon Daddy, and
he's an interesting guy. Like my Mufasa in the sky, you know?
he seems like an interesting character. Do you have a name?
Does he have a name? Is that what you asked?
Yeah, does he have a name?
Morzan?
Morzan, all right. Burke's gonna tuck that name away. How'd you run into that? The Morzan. Oh, is this? I don't want honestly. If it's gonna cause some problems with Demon Daddy, let's not.
He's so fucking picky all the time. Just such a drama queen, honestly. And I know he can hear me right now, and he knows it. Yes, Chosen. Yes.
Oh my
I just see that in my mind. Morzan's just like,
god.
you fucking
Just-
know it, you buddy. That's so good. Okay, I'll tell you something, but you're not allowed to tell anyone else, or else you're going to die. And I'm not bluffing.
I'll believe the bluff. I'll. You know what? I don't even. I feel like Arya's trying to be sincere in this moment. I'm not even gonna insight check.
Okay, I gotta bring my backstory again. Suck.
Alright, you hear in your head, oh, this will be good.
Oh. 5 years ago, I'm from, oh god, I don't remember where it is. Bernuva in this area is called Duel Deven. I was my people, my village, the land there is arcane by nature, and there's this crystal that we have, and I'll gesture to like my pommel of my sword. There's the green emerald crystal, and this is where I channel a lot of my abilities from, and everyone in my village can do it, and it was quite sought after by people from all over the place. Some wanted it for good. A lot of people wanted to abuse its power for malicious intent. Some of those people were our friendly little shadow elves that we somewhat encountered on our little journey. So 5 years ago, it was our Independence Day, for lack of a better wording. And I was there with my family. My brother is the leader of the Vanguard, and was his second in command. My mother and father were there. They were the leaders of the town. And my wife starts like getting really choked up about it, was also there. we had been married for 102 years.
Oh, that's quite a lovely
Quite a long
millennium
time.
then. Yeah, I'm sure that was lovely.
But that night, in the middle of our celebrations, she and I were down by, like, there was a river that was just outside of, like, the outskirts of town, and we were there just hanging out. And then I remember a sharp pain in the back of my head, and it all went black. And when I woke up, she wasn't there with me, and I could hear screaming coming from the town. So I went there as fast as I could, and there were these shadow elves. And in the middle of the square was Alphane, that was her name, tied to a chair with this shadow elf had a dagger to her throat. And it was demanded of me that if she was going to live, I had to show these shadow elves the crystals and how to use their power, or else she was going to die. So I brought the leader shadow elf to the cave that was outside of the city, where all these crystals like came from. No one knows how they got there. We don't know how they like just keep I don't know how else to say, reproducing.
It's just a natural
Growing.
formation. You're saying it's
Growing? Yeah,
natural
growing. I was
crystal.
like, I don't know how else to say that. Growing on their own. So I brought the shadow elf there, and she took as many as she could. And when we got back to the square, my brother Roran started yelling that I was doing the wrong thing. We couldn't show them anything that was going on. It was bad. And then I'll never forget what she said. The shadow elf said, "Looks like someone spoke out of turn. For that, someone will be punished." And then I watched her kill Alphine in the middle of the square.
I'm so sorry, Arya. I can't even. I don't even think I can begin to describe that pain, or feel it myself.
And that's when I met Morzan. After watching that, I don't even know how he found me, or I genuinely don't know a lot about him. But
Sure.
he asked if I wanted help avenging her death. And I was so... Looking back on it now, I don't think I would change what would happen because I really just wanted to kill the person. But...
Did you end up avenging her death? Did you find those responsible?
Oh yeah, right then and there. I killed every last shadow elf in that square. But with the help of Morzan, I sold my soul. And now he and I are buddies for the rest of time.
Oh, it's quite a journey. Do you see yourself continuing? I mean, how does Morzan treat you? Like, I don't know much about him other than he doesn't let you talk all that much sometimes.
I honestly don't know what he wants with me. I'm just, I think, a tool to further his agenda.
You're a quiver, or you're an arrow in his quiver. That makes sense.
Yeah. I've spent the last 5 years trying to get rid of him, to get rid of the sword. I can't do anything. I've thrown the sword down a volcano. It came back the next day.
Oh, that's definitely a demonic sword.
What made you think that?
I think the first time I grabbed it, I got the idea that it was demonic. The bones and the spikes on it, yeah. there might be a way for you yet. I think through our travels we might find some ways to maybe help you out a little. I know I want to. I know I wasn't. I know all of us need a little redeeming now and then, and Burke will kind of shut up.
Will die if you tell anyone else, though. You cannot tell anyone else.
Understood. I will not speak a word of it to anyone.
Okay, cool. Oh, one detail I forgot to leave out. I forgot to leave out one detail. One detail I left out. This sword. Have you seen it in its just like normal elven form?
No, show it to me.
You've seen it,
I
yeah,
guess
you
I
have, yeah.
I have, I'm sorry.
Because
It's- yeah.
there's two forms basically. Whenever Arya is in combat, it's the like
Right.
demon blade. Before or outside of combat, it's this like, which Tipper, if you want to describe it, you can. But
Yeah. I think you've all seen a photo of it. No, you haven't seen one. It's pretty. It's like it's a long sword. It's silver and it has elven etching along the blade, and the pommel has a emerald green stone, which is the color of my wife's eyes. Sappy bitch.
I read Elvish. What does the Elvish lettering say?
Oh, I don't want to say it out loud. It's so fucking cheesy. That's a Tipper thing.
put it. You can put it in the
Oh.
Discord.
I
It-
can. Yeah, I'll put it in the Discord.
I was gonna say if Burke can read it.
Yeah, and Bert
Yeah, you can
Bert
just
can know
tell
exactly
Bert.
what it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I can
true.
give it to you. That's fair. I'll
Yeah.
I'll Discord it to
Yeah.
you. It's sappy, it's stupid, sad crap.
It's not stupid.
But
Your face
My-
knows.
yeah. No, I don't think he knows. My Alvan gave it to me for our 100th anniversary. And now every time I look at it, it's just this hell blade, and it's so hard.
I imagine it's just a painful reminder of that night too.
Yeah, have you ever watched someone you love get their like carotid artery split in front of you? It bleeds a lot.
Surprisingly, I have seen a few things in my day, but yeah, I do. I don't think I understand that pain.
Which Burke, go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Fun.
I'll say disadvantage because of all of this stuff going on.
Okay, well, the first
Oh,
number.
well,
was
sorry,
6,
no.
so plus-
Sorry, it would have been an advantage. Sorry.
Oh, with advantage?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it doesn't change it that much because the first roll was a 6, the second one was a 7, so a total of 12.
Continue.
I forget where we were, I'm being honest.
Chilling in the coffee shop.
Talking about my daddy issues.
I was gonna
Uh,
say Capri went to go find it, but I think she would have gone to the.
I thought you were going to following Freedom to the boat.
Oh, I did, but
Yeah.
after that, I was like, God damn it! I was gonna go join up with them, but I also forgot that we were going to the coffee shop. So she probably just went straight to like the temple she thought they would go to. So Caffrey's probably lost in the city right now. But
On brand. And on top of all of that, I was then exiled from my village because they didn't approve of the demon play.
Sure, I could see it being a little disconcerting for some people.
And that's me. And what you missed on Glee.
Well, it sounds like you've had quite a journey. I
Oh,
do
yeah,
feel
every
like,
time.
still feel like you've got quite a journey ahead of you.
A little bit of one.
Hopefully with a little less pain, emotional at least.
People supposed to meet us here.
Uh,
It's been like
Arya,
Yeah,
30
at
minutes.
this point,
Arya, in your head, you hear Morazan go, "The Redemption Paladin. You decided to tell this to the Redemption Paladin?
Listen, I know what you're thinking, and believe me, Tipper also thought it, but also didn't want to pass up this opportunity.
I mean, that's fair, but the Redemption Paladin?
I don't know what you want from me, buddy.
I mean, this was a choice you got to make, and I'm glad
Yeah.
I'm glad you took the choice. I'm glad you took the opportunity. The Redemption Paladin?
Okay, we get it, guy.
Oh, also, I have more names if you ever want to know them. It's gonna cost you some minutes, though.
How many minutes?
Well,
How many minutes for one name?
you know what? I'll give you a discount.
Oh my gosh.
1 minute for 2 names.
Love a sale.
Got it. Go.
She's at 11 minutes.
I'm also known as the Individual and Independence.
Fitting. Cool, thanks. Just tack that on to the 10, so now we got 11.
I got 2 more for you if you ever want them.
All right, go.
All right, two
Oh
more,
my god.
2 more minutes, up to 13.
30 minutes.
Also,
Fair, go.
also known as Chaos and Anarchy.
Nice. Love that for me. Okay.
We're gonna lose
I hate that
first
for
character
me.
before we can save her.
2 minutes, 13 minutes, what? 78 actions?
I was gonna say
A lot of
6
actions.
6 divided by. Oh my god.
Actions.
Demon
No,
Dad is gonna
130.
destroy, like, a city.
130 actions.
Too
Do you
many.
know how many people Arya can stab in 130 actions?
So many.
A lot of-
Know what? I'm just here. I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
Apparently, so are all of us.
We're gonna. Arya's gonna kill us all in her sleep because of
That's
Demon
what I
Dad.
said to Nevaeh when he said his trust issues or whatever. I was like, well, I haven't tried to kill you yet, so it's fine.
Thank God.
Yet is the
Yeah,
operator.
you just have a
word.
you just have a
Almost
nuclear bomb walking around.
Only section 9.
We're gonna have to find some special manacles or something
Yeah.
to keep
Yeah.
Arya in at night, just to
Mhm.
make sure
Hot.
no murder
Yeah,
happens.
kinky.
Some people like to be in chains.
Some people like to be in
Nick
chains.
Jonas.
Well, they're magical, so
Even better.
hope.
Okay.
Well, anyways.
Moving on.
I would say you guys will eventually meet up. However the hell that happens.
Do we meet up at the coffee shop or at the boat?
Probably the boat
The-
after like an hour.
Yeah. I think you all are all like, yeah, we were told to meet up at the boat. And then Arya and
Oh,
Burke's like, we were told to meet up at the coffee shop. And then so eventually, like, somebody breaks. I think it's Arya and Burke because they're just sitting there like awkward. Ooh.
After such a deep talk,
Yeah.
they're like,
Oh, anyway,
Well,
the
boat
clouds are
boat
gorgeous
time.
today.
Boat time. Boat time. So you all
I'm
eventually
on
get
a
back to the
boat.
boat.
Right. So, hey everyone. Some good news and some bad news. We got the person to the temple. They are still like savable, but unfortunately, I don't have enough fundage. I can cover like 60 gold of the 200 gold that is needed, but I would like some. If anyone would like to help bring this person back. I know this is weird, just begging you guys for money, but
Caffrey back at this point to join in
Yes.
this conversation. Okay.
Yes. I think while Caffrey was wandering, you saw Burke and Arya heading towards the boat, and you're like, oh, cool.
Oh, okay, good. That all works out. All right. Then Caffrey would probably pipe in and be like, I mean, do we have to do it now? Should we wait? I mean, what's the rush on bringing this guy back if he's all preserved and shit?
Well, we saw that those channels were failing, and I mean, while my friend can continue the spell, I don't know how long he's gonna truly want to keep continuing to cast Gentle Repose while we're off doing something.
Quick question: how long does Gentle Repose last?
I want to say it's a decent amount of time.
I feel like it's at least 10 days, but I'm not sure.
I think it is 10 days.
We left the thermite too, didn't we?
Yeah. It is 10 days.
What's in his pocket?
Okay.
I mean, we could sell some of those books that we brought back, and see if we can get some of that fundage there. I don't mind putting some of mine to cover this.
What if
Well-
we do like one of the bigger books that might not be as pertinent to us?
Hoping to get out of this guy.
I mean, he's had all these books. Somebody with that much is probably
Trust
pretty
him, fair.
powerful. Like, you know what happened to that glass case? Like, that's pretty impressive glass case. I couldn't pry it open.
Yeah, okay, I'll chip in.
I was gonna say I got some change. Pound's got a lot of money right now, so
Also, don't have a lot of money.
I could move some assets around.
I do not control Nadora's funds.
No, that's fair. We can discuss this later. That's fine. I assume we can go over once we go over the books too, and what we decide we're keeping.
yeah, we'll figure out that with Nodora with our late study session later, and then figure out what's worth the most, and maybe talk to some dealers, but give the most important crap to her lady friend Krista, huh?
Lady friend.
Should we
Oh, yeah.
copy down the books?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, I can start working on that.
Maybe we could hire one of their the acolytes there in the temple library to do it. Maybe
Oh,
they
you could
offer
do
a
that.
service where they'll
Your
copy
temple
it.
has a library.
Yeah, she's the goddess of knowledge.
Oh, not your guy.
Not my no.
Krista's
Nah,
guy.
that was just
Yeah.
basically like a Shake Shack.
Shoddy v. Triflin.
Ye old Shake
Must
Shack.
be from Dirty Dogs.
On God.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, is there anything else that you guys want to do? If not, then we can decide if we want to do lore dump on stream or lore dump off stream.
Time of day is it?
Oh, well, I kind of want to do lore dump with Nodora there.
Yeah, me too.
Fair point.
Same.
Okay. Well, I meant like your individual, like the books that you all are interested in.
Oh
Maybe
yeah,
off
like
stream, just like
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah,
down
off
for off
stream.
stream.
Streamer.
It is like noon.
Like high noon.
Yeah, high noon. It's high noon.
I think I would like to take a just stroll through the city, following the. I think I could use a coffee.
Anybody else want to go to the coffee shop, or is Neves kind of just splitting off?
I'm gonna
Go to
casually
coffee.
split off a little.
Oh,
bit.
okay. So Neves is splitting off. Gotcha.
Hey everyone, I'll be right back. I'm going for a walk.
Oh,
Chill.
got you. Okay. What is everybody else doing? Or are you all just gonna kind of go to the library with Nodora and start copying down books?
I
was
want to
gonna
go to the
say,
library. I want to talk to Krista.
Okay.
I was gonna say, is this like during the week that we're there?
This is
So
all
it's gonna
in
take
the.
some time to.
This is all in the first day.
Okay.
If at basically at the end of stream, if we want to figure, if I can go through and figure out how much time it would take you guys to copy down all these books. you also will be getting help from some of the people at the temple because
Yeah.
Krista likes you. Well,
She likes Nadora.
Let's
Let's not
Yeah,
be confused.
Definitely bringing Nadora and pushing her forward.
I mean, Nadora, I know, will willingly go to the temple or the library.
Yeah.
Anything?
I
Anybody?
also
Oh yeah, go ahead.
like I also have that staff, the mage's broken staff that
Mhm.
we're gonna use as a bartering chip for the
Right.
armor.
Yes.
So-
We could also use one of the cheat books if we want.
I was gonna say, do
I
we have a
would-
backup in case he doesn't want a broken stick?
Well, we could bring one of the copied books. We could have found a copied book. It didn't have to be a first ed. Handwritten.
I was gonna say, I mean, if we're really turning these in, we could. I mean, that's the other reason why I wanted to wait for Nadora is because I don't know how much of this we want to give him.
Yeah, I think that's a Nadora question as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
fine. Honestly,
Because if there's nothing else, then we'll just head with Neves to the coffee shop. All right.
Yeah.
Neves, it's you, BB.
There was. I was going to say there was one more thing.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to do. I wanted to go back to Steel and Tordek and let them know that we're going to try to sell some things and get the cost covered. But also, you know what? This next part, I'm just going to send you a whisper.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good.
whisper.
Oh yeah, do we want to do the Tipper? Do we want to do your question with
Krista?
Krista? Because I want to end the session with Neves.
Yeah, I want to ask Krista.
Okay.
We could even just do that in DMs if you want,
Let's
or unless you want to do it now, like on.
let's do it here.
Cool. Are we there? Am I
Yeah,
talking to Krista?
Yeah,
Is that
you're
where we're
there.
ending it?
Hi, I'm
Okay.
Krista.
Hi, I almost said my full last name.
Live on the internet.
Yeah. Hi. I have a cipher that I cannot read, and I have, in the last 5 years, haven't gotten anyone to read. Can you read it for me?
Oh, I can take a look at it. I cannot guarantee that I can or cannot read it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Let me see. And she's gonna roll. She kind of like takes it and spends a good like hour and a half on it.
Good for her, bless.
And she comes back. I was not able to get all of it, but I
Okay.
was able to get some of it.
Great.
I'm so sorry. Kind of like puts a hand on your shoulder. If what they said on here is true, I'm really sorry.
Okay, who's it from again? I forget.
It was from the Shadow Elves.
Okay.
Do you,
I don't know what it says. Do you get to tell me what it says?
do you want me to tell you? Do you want me to write it down? I don't know what to do in this situation.
You can write it down. That's fine.
Okay. So what you get on this piece of paper, you get orders, crystal, storage question mark, and then you get one big chunk of text. Leave no survivors. And then you get a name at the end of it.
Is gonna have a Menti bee.
Just a quick Menti B, yeah.
Quick one. Just a quick one.
The first name is Zeno, Zeno. Last name Elnala, Elnala.
Thank you, Krista. Gonna smile.
She gives you a big hug.
As I'm NTB.
Oh, Chris is the best.
I can see why Nodora likes you so much.
Goes
Oh,
back
no, it's
into her
fine.
room,
Yeah.
closes the door.
I have sad music playing in my ears right now too. Oh, this poor girl! Who did this to her?
Okay, and now we are at Nevase.
Okay, I have a question before I go to the coffee shop part.
What's up?
Do I trust anywhere in the city to hold money?
I will push that question back on you. Does Nevase trust anybody to hold money?
Probably not.
Bury it somewhere.
Yeah, okay.
I would say Gruken, but he's fucking gone.
That fucking the rip. Okay, I would like to head towards the coffee shop,
Okay.
but not anywhere near the front of it. I know the city-ish well. Can I track down where, like, I don't know, where inventory might go in?
Yeah,
Like
yeah. there's,
casual,
like,
almost dumpster diving shit.
yeah.
Is
There's
there
a
anyone
there's a
bringing in
there's a
stuff?
back door.
Okay, can I check out that area and if there's anyone coming or going, or literally any indication of where supplies might be coming from?
Perception check.
I have stressful music playing in my ear. 12.
It's honestly not that hard to spot. You see, like, especially once it gets more towards like 1 or 2, whenever they've like burned through the morning stock and they're getting stuff for whenever people are off work and need more coffee. You see that there are a couple of people. There's like 1 horse-drawn cart and then like 2 hand-drawn carts that just have like burlap sacks of like coffee beans.
And those are outside?
Yeah. You can track them going back if you want to.
Okay. Is there anyone around them?
I mean, the owner
Like-
the owner opens the back door.
Like while I'm there?
I mean, give me a stealth check.
He's been doing great on this tonight.
Be stealthy tonight.
I'm gonna lose my mind.
Isn't this like your thing?
7.
Okay. Don't panic. Nobody panic.
It's a jailbreak episode.
Panic.
Did you add your modifier to that?
Yes.
Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I gotta. Holy shit. Fuck.
I
Okay.
rolled a 3.
Oh my god.
God, Matt.
I know.
Oh my god. Everybody, hold, please.
Don't want to.
And this is the end of Nevase.
We're not even there.
Nope. All we know is that Nevase went for a walk
Yeah.
I never came back.
and never came back.
Okay. Ah, panic. I'm panicking
to-
for you.
I'd like to use disengage. It, and I will see everyone later.
Oh, shit. Fuck. Balls. Taint. Okay.
You're not muted.
I know. This is a mature stream.
Bye, Matt. Minecraft.
Oh my god.
I was gonna rename.
Hello, Tiny Matthew.
Just
Okay. Nevace, you are kind of like hiding behind some barrels. And you think you're pretty well hidden, and then you see this half-orc individual open the back door, kind of like grabbing sacks and kind of like moving them inside, and then you both make eye contact. And you hear Imbrem.
Like fucking fine.
And that is where we're going to end it tonight.
Oh my gosh!
I forgot to turn my camera back on for that last part. Ah!
Everything's going to plan.
Everything's going so poorly.
I'm so excited for next session where it's like everybody at the library like writing down notes, and then the vase is just like sprinting through the docks, like evading cops.
Arya's sad in the corner.
Yeah.
Just-
Arya's crying, Nevase is crying, everybody else has like little like elevator music playing in the background as they're like
Cassie's
Especially
lost as
Fenric.
fuck and just pissed off.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
and it was in that moment he knew.
he fucked up.
Fucked up. That was great.
Wow.
I have written down Nevaeus gets fucked in an alley. Just-
By a half orc.
I put it a little more delicately.
If it's Oscar, he might enjoy it.
Oh, Oscar.
Oh, Oscar.
Hold on to that.
Can't wait for next week's Scooby-Doo chase scene. I'm screaming. Holy shit.
Matthew, I love how freaking red you are.
Did you add your modifier? Shut up.
Okay, the reason I asked is because he rolled an 8. He would have had just like a +1. It was so close. The modifier would have cut it if you forgot to add your modifier.
Only somebody was there to guide.
Guidance. Yeah.
Listen.
Hey. he wanted
Isn't
go
this
for a
supposed to be
walk.
your thing?
Yeah, aren't you a rogue?
It's +4. He's still 3.
Is it good advantage if it's dim or dark?
It's
Wait. Okay, hold on. Is your dexterity only +1?
+2.
It's +2.
And you're proficient, so another +2.
Yeah.
And you're not an expert, I'm assuming?
No.
Okay.
No, I am not. As you can tell by
Yeah.
my lack of stealth altogether.
Okay,
I not one.
Yeah.
Fucking face plant.
that is where we're going to leave it for tonight. Thank you, everybody, for
lose.
coming out.
Thank
Um,
you.
Thank you.
We
Thanks,
will
everyone.
figure out if we're doing this next week or not, or if we're gonna wait 2 weeks from now. We'll figure it out, and I will try to remember to tweet about it. But good fucking luck with that.
Good luck, Charlie.
Yeah. All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you for coming out.